Hey, folks, welcome to another episode of Armed Lutheran Radio, a show about guns, hunting, competitive shooting, the natural right of self defense, and what God's Word says about the issues surrounding gun rights and gun ownership. I'm your host, Lloyd Bailey, the Armed Lutheran. Welcome to a special election night episode. This is episode number 424, I believe. And thank you all so much for tuning in. If you're to one of the probably the least I don't know whether you'd call it the least intelligent. It's the least prepared stream of the night. Pastor Bennett is joining us. The Piston
Hey,
Practice.
hey.
How are you?
Ask me in about 24 hours. I am cautiously optimistic. I've been watching Dan Bongino's stream, which he just hit 500,000 views on his live stream, which is kind of incredible in the world of podcasting. Georgia just got called for Trump, so things are looking good.
Yeah.
Cautiously optimistic.
Cautiously optimistic. Yes. I'm going to start the night off with a shot of whiskey, and then we'll go from there.
I can be on for about half an hour tonight, and then I got to get going. But
well, I don't know that we're going to know a whole lot tonight. Part of the reason that I wanted to start this late was we weren't really going to know anything until, we wouldn't know much until about now, and we've got a pretty good amount that we can look at. Let me see. Share my screen. I think one of the better places that I've seen, I'm not going to share tab audio, no, is Decision Desk HQ. And this is looking, this number here is trending back up again. The prediction is that Trump has a 67% chance of winning. I even heard earlier tonight on the Daily Wire live stream that even the New York Times was projecting somewhere close to 70% chance that Trump wins, which has got to have people at the New York Times just absolutely pulling their hair out.
Oh, I'm sure. I am sure.
And so what we've got is a big sea of red, which is what we kind of expected. Montana, the Dakotas, Wyoming, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Utah, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana on this side of the Mississippi. This number here, Iowa, surprises me a bit. This because there was a poll just the other day, I think it was, that was suggesting that Harris was up 3 in Iowa, which she hadn't been leading at all for the entire time we've been, taking polls. Suddenly she's in the lead by, no, I think it was more like it was outside the what do they call it?
Outside the margin of error.
Margin of error. Yes.
Margin of cheating.
The margin of cheating. And speaking of which, did you hear there was a news report I saw that somewhere, and swear to God, I think it was Georgia again, that they had they're extending the poll opening, the voting times in several precincts because of supposed Russian death threats that they've traced back to Russia, bomb threats.
I bet it's Fulton County.
More than likely. Let's look at Georgia, by the way. So Georgia, of course, Fulton County, not surprising, 72-27 for Harris. That's pretty much to be expected, but that's 83% of the vote in. That's not looking good. 52-46, not looking good for Harris. These other counties are more rural, and none of the vote is in for them yet. And the big counties, Muskogee and over here in Chatham, and then, in DeKalb and Fulton, you've got big numbers for Harris, as you would expect. It doesn't seem to be outweighing the rest of the state. And I hope our friend David Scott decides to jump in and join us from Kennesaw. who could give us a little insight into what's happening in Kentucky or in Georgia. But this is promising.
It is. Well, and I don't know who Bongino's got the Newsmax stream on his podcast right now, so I'm guessing that Georgia was called by Newsmax. And I mean, looking at the numbers, it should hold out. I mean, Trump is up by a solid 7% right now.
Yeah,
with almost 80% of the vote in.
200,000 votes, or 240,000 votes at this point. He's in. Yeah, that looks solid. This is only 20% of the vote. I don't expect New Mexico is going to hold out. If he flips New Mexico, that's going to be
that'd be phenomenal. That'd be earth shattering.
Really
New Mexico hasn't gone Republican since I think 2004,
probably. And notice that Pennsylvania was red striped a moment ago, and now it's back to blue stripe. So Pennsylvania is, I think, the linchpin at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one everybody's talking about, and it's all in the Lord's hands. I mean, that's about all I can say right now.
Exactly.
And right now, looking at live results, Trump is ahead by 0.7%. So
yeah,
if he ekes this out, all glory to God. And I keep telling people, God gave Israel wicked kings when they were faithless. The same can happen here. Christianity is still considered a majority of the population, but how many of those are in attendance at progressive churches?
Like the guy that we fisked over the weekend.
Yeah. Or like that jackanape down in Georgia where Harris was at his church, and if you watch some of the guy's sermon, Trump just jumped up by 0.9% in Pennsylvania.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. So that's
keep it up. He's above 50%.
That's trending back in the right direction. Let's see. Now it's back to candy striped. So that's a good sign. Maine was blue striped earlier, so now that's trending back to Trump, but they're still only 6%. What do you think of? I do not understand how on earth it's possible that a country as technologically advanced as we are, that it takes us this long to figure out who wins an election.
I was watching Steve Deace yesterday, his show yesterday, and he was going over back in 2020 how it was deep blue areas where Democrats controlled 100% of how the vote was counted, where they stopped the counting. Remember the videos in places like, Atlanta and Philadelphia, where they were putting poster boards over the windows so people couldn't see in to the building. And a combined roughly 40,000 votes just magically appeared in a handful of precincts.
That graph where the blue numbers just go straight up all of a sudden.
Right. And so it seems like a lot more than a coincidence that in all of these areas that are controlled, that the Democrats have a stranglehold on the politics in these regions, that the vote count stopped, and then all of a sudden you wake up Wednesday morning and magically Joe Biden is winning.
Right.
The shenanigans in Maricopa County just jumped up again. Trump is ahead by 1.3% in Pennsylvania. 45% in.
Nice. Well, and I didn't realize this until I heard earlier tonight. Well, take the example of Florida. The reason that we know Florida's results so early, Florida counts their early ballots and their mail-in ballots before Election Day.
Right. Oh, yeah. So, getting back to your question, for all of these states, it's a lot harder to cheat if you have an instant and constantly updated vote tally.
Yeah. And Florida changed the law, and after the shenanigans last time, they changed their laws, so they now count all of the mail-in and the early voting. It's all counted by election day, and then they count up the election day stuff and add them in instead of the other way around. Apparently, everywhere else, they count the day of vote, day of, and then they count the early voting and add them in later. That's why you saw that graph we were talking about earlier, where you had the big jump where it looked like Trump was cruising to victory, and then all of a sudden there's a big upward spike. That's because they counted all of those garbage mail-in ballots. This time it looks like the mail-in and early voting has been a lot stronger for Republicans, because thankfully you didn't have Trump telling people not to vote early, which was just stupid. It's why we lost 2 Senate seats in Georgia. But the ground game as far as getting out and voting early was stronger for Republicans this time, and I think that may end up, Lord willing, that offsets a lot of the day of voting that might otherwise, under normal circumstances. This is not a normal election. When was the last time we had a normal election? Good Lord. I don't know what I'm even trying to say about a normal
96.
election. 96.
Well, I guess you could say 2004, but you had the 2000 election where just a few hundred votes in
the hanging chads
in Florida, and the lawsuits that ensued. This bodes well, and Lord willing, it'll hold steady. Right now, Wisconsin, they're having 95% of the vote in, and Trump is up by 12 points there right now.
Holy cow!
Yeah, and if you look at the map now, the one outlier is you've got Milwaukee and Madison, those counties where it's only about half the vote in. So that could, but you look at the precincts that are not in, it's basically all the rural areas.
Yeah.
So that that could, right now it's
44%.
Well, it just flipped. How the hell did that happen?
What happened?
That's really weird. I don't know what happened right now with this website, because it was showing 95% in. It showed Trump by about a 400,000 vote lead.
Mm-hmm.
And now it just dropped to 32% estimated reporting, with all of a sudden now Trump is behind.
Let me refresh that.
0.7%. He's behind. Something shady is going on there, because it was a 400,000 vote lead, and now it's 519,000 and change to 512,000 and change, where Trump is now behind by 7.5. So something shady there just happened, because it was showing 3 million votes total that had been counted. So
3 million. So I just refreshed it. So we're looking at 3 million votes counted, and Trump is up by 400, close to 400,000. But like you said earlier, Milwaukee County.
Oh, I'm looking at Michigan. I'm looking at the wrong tab. Okay. No, now it says 33%. So I don't know what happened. It was at 95. Now it's at 33.
So Michigan is now at 19%, which is just insane. I do not understand how it is that we can. And Wisconsin is at over 95%. But like you said,
refresh that page.
Oh, it just refreshed. Oh, it just.
Yeah. So
what in the world?
Yeah. So how did 2 million votes suddenly disappear?
What just happened? We went from 95% to 33.
Yeah.
What? And folks, you just saw this in real time, so I don't know what on earth just happened.
Cue Dana Carvey as church lady. Could it be Satan?
Very possibly. Which is strange. Well, I don't. Okay. So these numbers are the same. these numbers are the same. So Milwaukee County and Dane County are still showing 50 and 44%. The numbers there are what they were before. But this number, for some reason, completely changed.
Yeah, I don't know what disappeared there.
That's weird. All right. I wasn't sure we would have to break out the tinfoil hat this early. Good grief.
Yeah, that's...
Drink.
No kidding.
But Pennsylvania. Let's watch and see if this one changes. So we're at 49% of the precincts reporting. And Trump is leading by 1.1%. So about 40,000 votes in a huge state. So I mean, we still got a lot of precincts to count. And
right.
Philadelphia is still only 42% counted. And which county is Harrisburg in? I guess it's Dauphine County. Dauphin. Are they French over there? I don't know. Anyway, they're only 37%. Pittsburgh over in Allegheny County is 75%. So yeah, we'll see. I'm cautiously optimistic about Pennsylvania. What were you, all right, let's do this. What were your predictions about that? Now we all know what the red and the blue states, the guarantees were.
Right.
In the battlegrounds, where did you see each of those going? In your prediction, in your brackets, who was winning? Who's winning Minnesota?
That's going to be hairless balls. That's I mentioned. Did I mention that at the live hangout?
No, that's awesome.
Yeah, I heard that from a podcast, one of the podcasts I listened to, that they referred to it as the hairless balls campaign.
Hairless balls.
Yeah, so it's throughout the night. Well, let me just pull up Minnesota real quick.
There's no number.
There was a point where it was leaning. It says 0% reporting, but there was, I don't know which website it was showing that it was leaning towards Trump at one point. In 2016, Trump lost the state. It was by either just shy of 3,000 or 5,000 votes. I can't remember which it was. It was close. That's why in 2020, there was some optimism, and Trump was actively campaigning in Minnesota because they thought that it was possibly in play. Now, the county I live in, with the exception of the city of Mankato, it's gone red for the last several elections. It's a pretty conservative county. We've had a Republican congressman now for the last, ever since Walz decided he wasn't going to run for re-election. I think that was 2016. So it's been a red congressional district for the last 6 years, or 8 years, I guess. Minnesota is going to go for Harris. I think she's going to underperform compared to the numbers that Biden saw.
Right.
As far as predictions with swing states,
how about Wisconsin? Did you see Wisconsin going?
I think Wisconsin will go for Trump. And that's because Wisconsin is notorious for underrepresenting the actual vote. I think it was off by something like 17% in 2016. It was ridiculous.
Right. There was the
shy Trump voter.
The shy Trump voter phenomenon. Yeah. Do you
So
think that'll hold up again nationally? Do you think people are still hesitant to admit that they're interested in voting for Trump?
Yes.
I do too.
And that kind of shows in some of Now Wisconsin is back to those numbers we saw before. We're 3.5 million votes. Right now, it's a trouncing of 11% if that holds through the night.
Wow.
And that's now with Madison having 72% in as opposed to 50 just a while ago. Milwaukee's still at 50%. Wisconsin, I am fairly confident in saying that'll go for Trump.
I was predicting Wisconsin for Trump, yeah.
And Michigan, if you put a gun to my head and told me I had to place a bet, I think Michigan will go for Harris. I think this will be the first time in I don't know how many cycles where these quote unquote Rust Belt states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, where they will not all go to one candidate.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And I think Michigan will be the outlier. But if Trump just wins Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania go to Harris, as long as Trump holds up in Nevada, Arizona, Georgia's been called. As long as he holds up in Nevada and Arizona, I think
call Georgia
Trump victory. Newsmax did.
Newsmax has called Georgia,
but I mean,
let me see
how much trust you put in that. There's been election cycles where we've seen states called for one and then uncalled. So, it's in a way, I wish that they would have maybe laws in place that allow you to, for example, in 2020, where they had called Arizona for Biden before the polls had even closed. And the shenanigans that we saw in Maricopa County. So, it's,
CNN
I think the only way you could do it.
Georgia yet.
CNN hasn't called Georgia yet.
No, they've got Trump by 4 with 85% of the vote. Yeah, and then Harris by 2 and some change in Michigan, but only 20% of that in.
Well, I guess Newsmax now is showing that it's just leans or likely Republican. It's not showing it. Yeah. So, and you've got the Nebraska problem. So I will make this prediction. I think this is the only prediction that I can safely make that in Nebraska, if this comes down to a 268 to 270 election with Harris winning, that the Republicans that are running the legislature in Nebraska, I mean, it's public lynching, tar and feathering. They had proposed changing the laws of the state that the popular vote receives all the electoral college votes.
And then at the last minute, the governor backed out of his support for that, I think. Is that right?
Yeah. So, it's, and then there's the very slim possibility of a 269 tie.
Oh God. And then we get a massive civics lesson.
Yes. And if my memory serves me correct, the House chooses the president and the Senate chooses the vice president.
And it's not the current House and Senate, it's the incoming House and Senate, right?
No, the current. I believe it's the current. So you could have a situation where you end up with a Republican president and a Democrat vice president.
Somebody fact check us on that, because I thought I heard that it was the incoming House, which would make sense. It wouldn't make sense that the guys who are leaving get to choose the president and the vice president. So maybe, I don't know.
True. Well, and in that case, if it's the incoming class, we're looking at not knowing who the president and vice president are going to be until January.
Yeah.
So if you think the summer of love was spectacular, Just wait till you see fiery but mostly peaceful protests for the next 2.5 months.
Buckle up.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right. So we're still at, all right. So Georgia, we're 83%. And the big counties, Chatham County is still at 37, but Fulton's at 87. So
and that's the fantastic fraud county. So
that's yeah. And I'm not
so
sure.
Right now that's still looking very good for Trump, 83% in.
Yep. Let me see if I can find that news story where it was that there were these supposed Russian linked bomb threats that are forcing some of these polling places to stay open late.
I'm sure it was somebody with Hackers for Harris that had spoofed their IP address and sent that in.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised a bit if it was if this was actually linked to Russia, because what?
Well, yeah,
they
do not want Trump to be president.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, right now. So here is what my ardent prayer has been. Okay, now they just showed on Decision Desk HQ, calling it for Donald Trump for Georgia, 51.2 to 48%. So that's a 3.2% victory, 88% in. So what my ardent prayer is that the victory is so overwhelming in Trump's favor that this is clear tonight of who the victor is. And this isn't something that ends up being decided in the courts where we spend weeks, maybe even a month or more before all of the legal BS is hashed out and a victor is declared. That's my ardent prayer.
Yeah. No matter who wins, that should absolutely be our prayer, because this dragging on for weeks and not knowing who the president is when the votes are all cast is just insane. We should have this.
That and a prayer for there to be no violence in the wake of. I mean, if Harris wins, there will not be riots. If Trump wins, cities will burn. And I pray to God I'm wrong.
They're not boarding up shops in Washington, D.C. because they think Kamala Harris is going to win.
Right.
Because there's no way. Although never underestimate Americans and their ability to just riot and burn shit down just for the funsies. I mean, look at what happened in L.A. when in celebration of the Dodgers winning the World Series.
Right. Now, there's some serious shady stuff going in Wisconsin right now. I just took the Wisconsin map again, and we're 2 million votes have disappeared. Half. We're now at 47% estimated versus 95, and Trump is up by 0.2.
It's absolutely tied. What is going on? That's like 1.5 million votes just keep disappearing.
Russian hackers, I don't know.
Let's see what. Quite possibly. Wisconsin, 49.4 for Trump. Oh, go back. Where is it? Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania. Why don't they have something simple? Okay, so Wisconsin. I'm going to share this. Okay, so CNN's numbers are what we're seeing now on Decision Desk, with 783,000 votes for Trump and 777 for Harris. So it's 49.4 to 48.9. What are we seeing on the Decision Desk? Let me refresh this screen. Yep. Similar numbers. So, in fact, let me share this CNN page so everybody knows what the heck I'm looking at, so they don't think I'm a crazy person.
You know, it's very odd that right now Minnesota shows 0% of the vote.
How is that
being
possible?
Reported? It's not. It's not.
Yeah, so here's what CNN is showing currently for Wisconsin with 48% of the votes. So I don't know why that was fluctuating between 48 and 90 some odd percent and doubling the numbers of votes counted every 10 minutes. That's just weird.
That is. Well, and okay, so we were talking about Minnesota.
Okay, let's look at
Minnesota. Of course, I saw a glimpse until, of course, the New York Times said I can't see that. But right now, this is on CNN. Right now, it's showing Trump 60 to Kamala's 38.4. But I don't know what percent. That's only 4% in. So I mean, gosh, what the bleep is wrong with my state? I mean, I know what the problem is. The problem is it's ran by communist a-holes. But here we are. We're 2.5 hours out since polls have closed, and only 4% of the vote is counted. That's just insidious BS right there.
Yeah. Are they or the precincts are so scared to report because they're worried about reporting something incorrectly that they're just waiting until they have every single vote counted.
Right.
That could
That's
be
just nuts. Well, yeah, I guess it all depends on where the votes are being counted. You know, right now it shows that Amy Klobuchar is actually losing, but again, it's only 4% of the vote in.
Yeah. Interesting. I wanted to look at the Senate race, at key Senate races, because it looks like it's very possible that the Republicans are going to take the Senate. For example, here we have Montana with Tim Sheehy up by 10 points now, still very early in Montana, 4% of the vote, but it's been expected that he was going to win that race.
Yeah, Tester can take his testes and go home.
Yeah, this is the one, Ohio. Bernie Moreno has just absolutely clocked Sherrod Brown at this point.
Thanks be to God.
Now, 49% of the votes in Cuyahoga County. There's a lot of shenanigans that can go on there. Cleveland is notorious for that kind of stuff. But Franklin County, home of the state capital, that's already pretty much in. The Nasty Natty is 82%. I think Moreno takes this seat and sends Sherrod Brown home. And then Manchin's seat got flipped in West Virginia.
As expected,
was expected.
Gee, I wonder why. Maybe that's what happens when you vote for climate policies that will cripple the coal industry in your state. So I told my wife I'd be off by 9:30 to put my son to bed and whatnot. Okay. So I'm going to have to run. If I'm able to, I might get back on later on, but I'm going to have to head out here.
All righty. Well, I'm glad you joined in.
Yes. Keep praying, folks. It's all in the Lord's hands right now. You know, the majority of all the votes have been cast, and right now it's if Trump wins, thanks be to God. May the Lord direct him in his actions. If Kamala wins, may God have mercy on us all.
Amen to that. Amen to
Blessed night to you.
All right, and to you as well.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Talk to you later. All right, bye. Our good friend Curtis is here.
All right, and to you as well. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Talk to you later. All right, bye. And he's on a little bit of a delay.
Our good friend Curtis is here. All right, and to you as well. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Were you hoping to join in? We got a little bit of a delay. Or you got a little bit of a delay there.
Curtis is here. All right, and to you as well. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Were you hoping to join in? We got a little bit of a delay. Or you got a little bit of a delay there. How are you tonight? And where are you?
Join in. We've got a little bit of a delay. You got a little bit of a delay there.
If you're talking to me, I'm home.
How are you tonight? And where are you? In the great state of great state of Kansas.
Yep. If you're not I'm home.
Have they called Kansas yet?
The great state of Kansas.
Yep.
Let's see what's going on in Kansas.
Have they called Kansas yet? Great state of Kansas.
71%. Looks like Trump is up by 11. I don't think that was ever really in any doubt.
71%. Looks like Trump is up by 11. I don't think that was ever really in any doubt.
Let's go back to the national map. See what's going on. I think Curtis has got like 4 things going on at the same time. So I'm going to drop him back into the green room for a moment. Give me a thumbs up when you've got... Oh, he dropped off. Darn it. Okay. So yeah, here's where we are. I don't think we're going to have a result tonight. I really don't. Decision Desk has got very different numbers from what we're seeing. I'm going to refresh this map and see what they're showing us compared to CNN. And probably every single one of these outlets has got a completely different number, which is weird. You would think everyone would have the same numbers. Makes you wonder where they're getting their numbers. So now we're seeing Wisconsin at 53% in. Let's see what CNN is showing. Wisconsin has Harris ahead. What the heck? Really? Has Harris ahead by 0.1%. Well, Decision Desk still has Trump ahead by 0.6%. The question is, who do you trust and who do you believe? I have no idea what to think. And I think that's just the way it's going to be for the rest of the night. And it's very possible for the next 3 months. We may not know. Let's see here. What have I got going on? So I got CNN is showing Wisconsin leaning towards Harris, but Decision Desk has it leaning towards Trump. What in the world? Pennsylvania, they've got Trump by 3 on CNN and Trump by 3 over at Decision Desk. So who knows? Curtis, give me a thumbs up if you've got your audio figured out there. Awesome. Add you back in.
Yeah, I think I'm better now.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I think I had the YouTube
going at the same time.
Yeah.
I could hear myself like 2 or 3 times. I was like, oh, I bet Curtis cannot hear me. So did you vote early? Did you vote today? What was your experience voting like?
I voted early. I don't like the lines, so I went, I don't know, it was probably a week ago.
And you drive a truck for a living, so you're driving all over the place, and the idea that you might actually miss election day is very possible. So
right,
early voting is a good thing. How early do they allow you to vote in Kansas?
I think we've got close to 2 weeks. We can go early.
And I'm not opposed to early voting at all. I like early voting, especially because, well, like today, here it was raining cats and dogs, and that suppresses the vote. So, and if anything can happen, if you're limited to voting on a specific day and your car breaks down, your kid gets sick, you have something, you have to travel for work, then you're screwed and you can't go vote.
Yep.
My problem is with the mail-in voting. That's the stuff that bothers me. That worries me because that's just too easy to
manipulate.
Yeah, you're just asking for trouble, I think.
Yep, I agree.
Was it ever in doubt that Kansas was going to go for Trump?
No, I think we're pretty much red. Yeah.
Yeah. I
On a
think,
side note, my wife voted for the first time. She was naturalized just, I don't know, a couple months ago. So
well, good for her.
right
Awesome.
away she got registered and did her voting also. She voted early also.
Very good. That is awesome. Well,
She was real happy
congratulations to her.
to vote for the first time, to be able to vote for Trump. She's a big Trump fan. So
Nice. Nice. I have been absolutely delinquent in following up on my comments. So here's Dan, our good friend Dan Velt, who reminds everyone the Lord is in charge. Absolutely. No matter who wins, no matter who loses, it's all in his hands. And we'll get through it one way or another. And then our good friend Tim from out in Washington, Google Map is showing Minnesota for Trump. This was a while back. He sent this about 20 minutes ago. So let's see what the map is showing now. Minnesota for Trump currently, but only 6% in, and Trump with a sizable lead, but I don't know whether that's going to hold up because Minneapolis estimated vote in 0%, and yet they've counted 2,000 votes in Minneapolis. I bet there's a lot more than that. Let's see. If the Electoral College doesn't declare a winner, the House does, but the vote is one vote per state. The VP is decided by the Senate. Oh, I should have paid attention in civics class. This all gets very confusing. I really hope this doesn't end up being like what Pastor Bennett was talking about, where we get down to like 269, an absolute tie, and then we end up with a massive national civics lesson on how this gets decided in that case. But where we stand right now, for those of you just tuning in, Montana, North and South Dakota, Wyoming, Utah, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Iowa, and this is surprising. Iowa has been called for Trump, and this is surprising to me. Let me make sure I'm sharing that particular screen. I am. Okay. Iowa is surprising for me because, remember, Curtis, do you remember hearing a couple of days ago, everyone in the Harris campaign and in the media was all giddy because there was a poll out that showed Harris winning by 6 in Iowa, which is a complete outlier. It was like completely different from everything. Since the polling started, Trump had been solidly expected to win Iowa, and then out of the blue, there's a poll that shows Harris winning by 6, which is outside the margin of error, and everyone was giddy in the media and in the Harris campaign, and here we are. They've already called Iowa for Trump.
Yeah, I've seen those reports. I was kind of wondering about that myself, where that came from.
That was just, I don't know whether that was wish casting, just kind of hoping that this turned out that way, or it was a poll of maybe the reporter's friends. I don't know. But that was really strange. So nice to see that turned out for, let me get the right map back here. So Iowa, Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas, rounding out the western part, the western side of the Mississippi River. Texas, I want to jump into Texas because there's been some talk about turning Texas blue, and that scares the crap out of me because if Texas turns blue, then you can basically chalk up every election for Democrats for the foreseeable future. And part of the reason I think that the border has been left wide open is because they want to turn Texas blue. Let's find the Senate race because this has been hotly contested in Texas. Have they called? Ooh, sure enough, they have called Texas for Ted Cruz.
That's good.
That is really good because Colin Allred was really hot on his heels for a while there, and I swear, I'm a big hockey fan, as some of you may know, and so I watched the Dallas Stars over the weekend, in the global series. They're playing in Finland didn't turn out very well, against the defending Stanley Cup champions, the Florida Panthers. And that those games are carried now on a service called Victory Plus. And I swear, every single commercial break, every single one of them was a Colin Allred ad about abortion. Every single one of them. There was, and then once now, so I'm glad that the Stars did not play another game, and they don't play another game until Thursday. I actually told my wife, I said, I am so glad they don't play until after the election, because I don't want to have to see another Colin Allred ad around, talking about how terrible Ted Cruz is because he's putting women's lives in danger. So nice to see he's getting taken out to the woodshed. What other Senate? Is there a Senate race going on in Kansas by any chance? Probably not. Nope, nothing in Kansas. What about House races? House. Click on House, Lloyd. House races. Kansas. Kansas is as red as you can possibly be, with the exception of, well, that's a shock, Lawrence, which is right over there on the, oh yeah, right next to Kansas City. Not a surprise.
Yeah. Kansas City and Kansas University.
Gotcha. So your college town. So like everywhere else in the country, right?
Yeah.
If there's a college town or a big city, it's probably going to go Democrat. But it looks like the rest of your districts are solidly red. Look at Ron Estes. Is he running today? Is this, yeah? 60% of the votes in, and Ron Estes, the incumbent, is running away with that. That's good. I asked this of Pastor Bennett. I joked, what was your bracket like? What were you predicting was going to happen with the battleground states? Obviously, all these red states were expected to go, and these blue states were expected to go one way or another. But these pink ones and these some of these light blue ones were expected to be the ones that decide the race. What were you thinking was going to happen?
I see the polls and I don't trust them. It depends who they're talking to, who's doing the questioning. There's too many variables for me to see anything as honest really in the polls. I don't know of one. There's probably some out there that really do an honest poll, but I don't have enough faith in any of them to try to search and find for it. I like to listen to the people and see what the majority of the people are talking when they're trying to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. The polls were all over the place, and I really had no idea what to think. I actually thought that there was an outside chance, and of course it still may come to pass, that Trump runs the table in these Rust Belt states, that he actually takes all three of them. I didn't think he had much of a chance in Virginia, because Virginia is so close to Washington, D.C. It's an uphill climb at this point. And I was hoping that my old home state of North Carolina would go for Trump. But I worried about the effect of Hurricane Helene, right? With all of those precincts that were probably completely wiped out in Western North Carolina, and how many people were more concerned with trying to get water to their homes and have a place to sleep, as opposed to getting to the polls.
Yeah.
But
survival overrides voting.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see here. Let's see if anybody else has popped in or sent any comments. No. Okay. So what did you think about Arizona? Remember, Arizona flipped last time, and I was really surprised. And the more I thought about it, I figured Arizona flipped because of COVID, probably. Everybody fleeing California to get away from the COVID restrictions. But I think maybe some of that maybe is reversing itself now. What do you think?
I'm thinking Carrie Lake has a good. I think her aura is spreading down there. I, from what I've seen, she showed a lot of the corruption, or the cheating
Right.
that went on down there, and I think people are more aware of what because I mean, when the last election was there, everybody said, "Oh no!" Everybody says there was no cheating. This is the fairest and best election we've ever had. And now we're way past that. And I think Carrie Lake is a big enough voice down there that she's got people thinking. So I'm thinking positive that there's going to be some spread of the red down there.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether Carrie Lake is going to enjoy some of that, but I think maybe Trump might, and I think
Yeah.
part of that might be the fact that a lot of those transplants from California that moved into Arizona because they were trying to get away from, like,
Yeah.
we have a big transplant community here in Texas. Lots of people move to Texas from California, but it turns out that most of the people who move here are predisposed to be conservative. Most of the liberals, either they get here and they stay a year or two and then they go back. They're ideologically, most of the people who come and stay are ideologically predisposed to vote conservative, and they're kind of politically homeless in California, as most conservatives are. It's just the way things go in California. And I think the majority, unlike Arizona, the majority of the people who come here from California are already conservative. The majority of the people who went to Arizona, especially and started voting in 2020, I think they were just libs trying to get away from the restrictions of COVID, and it completely flipped the state. Normally, Arizona has always been a solidly red state, but now you've got an open border and you've got millions of transplants from California. I don't know. I hope Trump can win it back, and right now the numbers look pretty good, if I recall. Let's go back.
Arizona. In Texas, doesn't the left-leaning people, don't they hang out around Austin?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. If you look at Texas is a sea of red with tiny pockets of blue around our major cities.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Austin is, I mean, look, 70-28 for Harris. That's not mirrored anywhere else in the state. Houston, very large urban population, is still only 6 points for. See, this is the interesting thing. If you look at Houston is largely urban, so think black voters, but they're not ideologically the crazy people like in the college town that Austin is, right? Yeah. This is University of Texas. This is just urban, big city Houston.
Yeah, now, Houston makes me think of working class people mostly. I mean, when I drive through there, I mean, there's a lot of industry and things going on that people work.
Port of Houston, yes, yeah. lots of labor, lots of working class. Look at Dallas by contrast, and you've got over 20-point lead for Harris in Dallas County, yeah. as opposed to Harris County, which is, like we said, largely more of a working class city. Then Austin is all of your crazy college libs.
Yeah.
So that's San Antonio is a large Hispanic vote. Laredo, any of these border counties, sort of the same thing. Presidio County, El Paso, you're talking about large migrant populations,
right?
Which is why they want this border open, because you want to flip Texas blue.
Exactly. Yeah.
But you see the rest of the state, and the rest of the state is, look at Dallam County or some of these panhandle states, counties, with not a whole lot of people, but you're talking about 90% support for Trump. It's a completely different world. Let's go back to the state maps. The big one. See how things are shaking out lately. Any changes? Utah looks like it's been called for Trump. Let's see what. I don't understand. Again, I don't understand the differences. Every different news outlet, and I think this is part of our problem too, is we have all these different news outlets are trying to be first, so they're trying to get ahead of the predictions. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Stop that. Present. Let me share this. This is from the Decision Desk HQ, and look at the difference. Right? CNN is still very cautious about calling Georgia. They've called Georgia. They're very cautious about calling North Carolina, but Decision Desk has called North Carolina. These are still, and these are flip-flopping like crazy. This is changing by the minute, seemingly. So it looks like Decision Desk has called Utah. Well, CNN has called Utah as well. CNN has not called Georgia or North Carolina. Decision Desk has. CNN has Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania leaning Trump. Decision Desk doesn't even have any numbers from Minnesota. How is that possible? Okay, not really thrilled about Decision Desk anymore. Feeling like they're a little behind the times. They don't have any numbers for some of these states. So if anybody in the comments has another place that they rely on, or they like the numbers or like the results. Well, no, not like the results is probably the wrong way to put that. If you feel more confident with the numbers. I don't know. All of the media is so left-leaning that I don't know who to trust. I absolutely have no idea. Let's see here. Show me something here. Let me see who else has got a decision. Let's look at Real Clear Politics. That's the House. Let me see the president. Live results. Okay, so let's go to Real Clear Politics and see what RCP is saying and see how it compares. Oh, did you see the speaking of how much we love Kamala Harris? Did you see the Kamala Harris the photo up she did? Maybe it was today, where she was supposedly calling voters and trying to encourage them to go out and vote. And supposedly she was talking to somebody and, oh, thank you so much because you went out and voted for me. That's terrific. And then she holds the phone up like an idiot for everyone to see. And the phone is actually recording. It's just the camera is showing her. So she's not actually talking to anyone. She's just faking it.
Yeah.
Which is,
I didn't see that, but it doesn't surprise me. I seen the video where she was knocking on doors.
Oh, yes.
And she had to tell the people, okay, go back inside. Let me do it again. So, yeah, it just seems like everything about her is so fake that
it really is. You think at some point, well, depending on how the rest of the night goes, I guess the answer to this next question, you think there's going to be some buyer's remorse on the part of Democrats because they threw Biden away, and I think Biden would have performed better at this point.
Yeah, well, he couldn't do
he
much.
Couldn't have performed worse.
Yeah, but I can't see either one of them leading this country into anything positive.
No,
And
no, that's true.
that's the whole thing to me is, we got economically, we're in a slump. Morally, we're in a slump. We need somebody that's gonna wake America up and get us back in the world stage, rather than the clown stage that we've been in for the last 4 years.
Oh yeah, the world's on fire, and we've got just the least serious people on earth running the country.
Yeah.
So Real Clear Politics hasn't. So again, here's all the difference, right? Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, still uncalled by Real Clear Politics. They're showing. Where was it? I just saw it. So they're showing Trump by 2 in North Carolina with 85%. Let's see, did it just update maybe? Where's Georgia? Georgia. Come on, alphabetize these things. Has Trump by almost 3 points with 89% counted in Georgia. And they haven't called it yet, which is weird. I like the idea of the states having their own, their own rules about. I'm fine with the states having their own rules about voting, but I think there ought to be some standardization. It just seems weird that every state counts their votes so differently that we can't figure this stuff out until 3 weeks after the election's over. It just is nuts to me.
Exactly. That all that time does is gives opportunity for nefarious things to go on.
Yes.
Yes. I hope we get in there and we go to paper ballots and 1 day voting, and I'm all for early voting if you have a reason. Kansas used to be you had to have a reason to vote early.
That used to be the reason all over the country. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was a truck driver and I would go and say, yeah, I drive a truck. There's no guarantee I'm going to be here on that single day. So there was never a problem with me getting, the authorization to do an early vote.
Right.
But I don't think everybody and their brother should be able to just go in and do it. Make a holiday. Everybody goes and votes on that day, and we count them up by the end of the day. We don't have everybody getting sent away at 3 a.m. and all of a sudden van loads of ballots show up out from under the tables, and all these things go on, and all of a sudden things are a lot different come 7 o'clock in the morning.
Well, even if there is nothing nefarious that goes on, the fact that it takes so long gives people the impression that something nefarious is going on.
Exactly.
Right? It erodes our trust in the system.
Yep.
And if we had kind of a uniform system across the country where, I like what I was talking about earlier with Pastor Bennett, I like what Florida did after 2020, where they said, okay, here's what we're going to do. When early voting ends, we're going to count up all the votes. We're going to know exactly who's winning and who's losing. And then we're going to count the day of votes and add them in, and you'll know. And within an hour, Florida knows who won. I don't understand why the rest of the country can't do this.
There's no reason they shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah.
We should have an answer tonight.
Absolutely. Unless it's so close that, God forbid, Hawaii is deciding the election.
Yeah.
Or the Aleutian Islands.
Yeah. We hope that doesn't happen.
But hopefully not. But still, the fact that when the Aleutian Islands, some of the polling places in the Aleutian Islands don't close until tomorrow sometime, which is crazy, but still, the fact that those polling places are still open and they're tiny, so they shouldn't have an effect on the outcome of the election. But the fact that we still don't know who won a day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days later is it's absolutely embarrassing.
Yeah, it is.
For a country as technologically advanced as we are, that we can't figure this out, or don't have the political will. I think that's probably more accurate, that we don't have the political will to figure it out.
Yeah.
It's not that we can't. We could very easily figure it out.
Yeah.
We don't want to.
Exactly. We don't want to. That's the key.
Leaves open the possibility for all the nefarious things to go on. Now let's go back and see what's.
And I think that's part, like I said, it erodes the trust in the system, you know. And you look around, you say, well, why, you know, in the democracy or the republic that we're in, why do people not want to vote? Well, because they think it doesn't do any good, because all these other things are going to go on. I think if people really believed that the vote was real and it was on that day, you're going to have an increase in the percentage of people that vote, because they would say, okay, trust has been restored to the system, I'll go vote. But I think people think in their minds, well, you know, I read the book 2000 Mules and I know all of this cheating went on, and I'm not going to waste my time voting, because they're just going to roll in van loads of other ballots, and mine don't mean anything anyway.
Yeah.
You know, I think that erosion of the trust is a big problem in people getting out and doing their civic duty.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's a funny number. They've called California for Harris 0% estimated vote counted.
They're probably safe on that one.
That's probably a safe bet. You're right.
They probably could have called that at 1 o'clock.
Just go ahead and spot her the however many, what is it? How many electoral votes is it? 54. Just spot her 54 to begin the night. Probably the safe bet. Let's see what's going on in the Senate. One of the things that for those who have been convinced that Harris was going to somehow pull this off, which is still, you know, open for debate, the one thing that I think we should look at is the Senate, and the hope that we flip the Senate, the Republicans take control of it, because at that point, hopefully, we can stop anything that a Harris presidency might try to push through. So John Tester looks like he's going down in flames. I know only 6% of the vote is in Montana. It's still very early there, but all of the polling coming out of Montana for months has been Tester losing that election. I'm not confident that Amy Klobuchar is going to lose in Minnesota. I've never been crazy about Klobuchar at all, but only 12% of the vote is in, and she's losing by just 6 points. I can't imagine that. I have a feeling she keeps that seat. Wisconsin, Hovde, I'm thinking that Tammy Baldwin might lose this. I think Hovde might flip Wisconsin, which would be fantastic.
Yeah.
I think we have a good chance of flipping Wisconsin. Rogers, I don't know whether that's an open seat, I think, isn't it? Looks like. So only 28% of the vote there. That would be fantastic if we could flip that seat. Why does it keep switching back to the president? I know everybody cares about that, but Ohio, this has been, I'm surprised they haven't called this yet. Moreno is just absolutely clocking Sherrod Brown, which is fantastic for the country, to be honest. So he's up by nearly 6 points, nearly 5 points, with 86% of the vote in. So that's a flip. Pennsylvania, McCormick leading Casey. Casey's just been garbage for years. So hopefully he gets taken out and we end up with a Republican there. So that would be 1, 2, potentially 3, 4 flips, 5 flips. And then you've got West Virginia that was an open seat because of Manchin retiring, and Jim Justice has already been called the winner in West Virginia. So it's possible that Republicans end up with 53, 54 seats in the Senate, possibly. That sounds nice to me. I like the sound of that.
The question I would have is, are they going to use the majority for good this time? Because they've had it before and didn't.
Oh, that's so true. That is so true. Yeah. How many times have we been told? Remember back when Obama was president? Wasn't it? Was it when Obama was president? We were told, "Oh yeah, well, we need to win the House. Give us the House, help us win the House, and we can get all these things done." And they were promising all this great stuff, including, if you recall, there was talk about things like national concealed carry reciprocity. Remember, they threw that out there trying to court the gun vote.
Yep.
And then they won the House, and they were like, well, and they didn't get anything done. They didn't do a darn thing.
Yep.
And then they said, well, we can't get it done because we need the Senate too. And we give them the Senate too, and then they don't do anything.
Yep. That's the kind of things that really piss me off. You know.
Yeah.
Do all day long, but unless you're gonna, or you're gonna cock the trigger, what good does it do?
You talk the talk, but not walk the walk.
Yeah.
That seems to be the never underestimate the propensity of, or the ability of, Republicans to completely screw up I mean, they had an epic opportunity to, with both houses, the House and the Senate, to completely change the trajectory of this country, and to change the trajectory of gun rights in a way that, say, Heller and Bruin have done, but to do it at the legislative side, but then didn't do anything.
Yep.
They tend to overpromise and underperform. I noticed Nebraska is now looking like it's leaning Republican when it was leaning independent earlier. Independent just means Democrat, but doesn't want to admit it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, come on, Bernie Sanders, independent. Yeah, right. Or Angus King, independent. Come on. Everybody knows what that means. That is posturing to try to convince voters that I have my own mind and I'm not going to vote with Democrats, but then you end up voting with Democrats.
Yeah.
Let's see. Tim is still with us. Let's see. California polls just closed. Well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They already called California before they even they'd called California. Let me go back. How's Schiff and Garvey doing? Oh my God. Schiff's up by 20. That's, yeah. So Steve Garvey, great baseball player, not a great politician.
Yeah.
California, well, that's a shock. 20 points right now with 9% of the vote in. Yeah, I don't think that's going to get any better for Trump.
And Schiff is not a good baseball player nor a good politician.
No, that's so true. So true. Seems like Republicans, Congress members believe the Second Amendment. Yeah, only when running for office. That's absolutely the case. Yeah, too many squishes in Republicans in name only in Congress, apparently.
Yep.
If you remember, they are two wings of the same establishment, so it makes more sense. That's true. I think too many people get caught up in the jersey and like, oh, that's my team, and I'm a Republican. The Republicans, if they win, things are going to get better. The truth is that they're all just there to try to make sure that they maintain their power and their paycheck and their pension, and promise whatever it takes to get that done. Let's see if anything else has been updated anywhere else. So let me share this tab. So this is Decision Desk HQ. Decision Desk HQ now has Trump at 246, Harris at 169. CNN, not quite. It's 211 to 145. So missing a thing or two there. And the prediction, I'm not sure how they predict this, but this is the track, the chance to win meter. I don't know. I have to dig into what their methodology is for deciding this, but everyone's doing this now. This is a whole AI thing, I think.
Yeah, probably.
And you see it, right? You know how the betting ads have now taken over sports pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
And so everything, you can even bet on the presidential and even Senate and House elections, which is just crazy in my opinion. But I heard earlier in the night that even the liberal New York Times was predicting that, or saying that Trump had a better than 70% chance of winning tonight. And it looks like at this point, and the trend has been upward for Trump. And now Decision Desk is saying that Trump has an 82% chance of winning, and they're projecting probably 286. That would be great. That would be fantastic. And it would be even more fantastic if that would be decided tonight.
Yeah.
Can we come up with another, what is it, 24 more
24,
24 electoral votes before we go to bed tonight?
I'd like to see that. Yeah. Then that would put an end to all the shenanigans that could go on in the night.
Yeah, exactly. I could sleep well and not worry that I'll wake up tomorrow and all this has been reversed.
Yeah.
CNN is still showing. CNN does not want to. I think part of the reason for the difference is all these different outlets just do not want to take a chance on being wrong again. It's like you were saying earlier about how the polls were so way off in the previous elections. I don't think they want to make that mistake again. So they're being really super cautious about their projections. Let's see. Let's see if we can find one of these other live election results from the other. So NBC has Trump 214, Harris 153. So that's close to CNN's number. CNN is showing 211 to 153. What's different? NBC is showing 214. So they've given three more to Trump. I don't know where the difference is. Idaho, maybe? They called Idaho? Nope. CNN called Idaho as well. Interesting. Okay.
Someplace showed Washington as red. Washington State. I don't remember which one it was.
Who on earth would make that predict? Oh, yeah. This one. But that's so early. That's 4%.
Oh.
They haven't even counted Seattle yet. Yeah. Seattle and Olympia and Bellingham and Spokane have not even been counted yet. So that's going to quickly change. That's why I don't understand why you start posting these numbers until you actually have a good, solid grasp on. I mean, at 6%, there's just, why are we doing this? Why are we even posting these numbers? Makes no sense to me. Except that it's just like they're treating it like it's a sport.
Yeah.
Keep people watching. So 214 to 143 seems to be the number at NBC. 211 to 153 at CNN. The outlier seems to be Decision Desk HQ, which has Trump at 246. That's wow. How are they getting to 246? What are we missing that the other ones have not called? So I don't know how you get that far. How do you get that far different? I mean, I can understand you're off by a few, but 30 points?
That seems extreme.
It seems a little odd. Yeah, my prediction was, I think, I was playing with one of those maps the other day. I don't know whether I saved it. Maybe I did. Probably didn't. Be my luck. I'm not sure how useful that would have been. Oh no. I took a picture of this is what I expected it would be at 9 o'clock, and it's pretty much the same. Virginia, I picked North Carolina, and I still hadn't decided on Minnesota. I'm thinking Wisconsin and Pennsylvania probably go Trump. I figure Minnesota and Michigan have large Muslim populations that will likely grit their teeth and vote for Harris. They haven't been happy with Harris because she hasn't condemned Israel strong enough for them. She's been really busy trying to court their votes. I have a feeling Minnesota and Michigan go Harris, and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin go Trump. I feel like we can get back Arizona. I didn't think we had any chance in Colorado or New Mexico. I don't know why I'm saying we. It's not like I'm part of anybody's campaign. It's sort of that thing. It's that thing you do when you're watching talking about a sporting event, and you're like, well, we really kicked their butts today. And, it's like, yeah, you sat on the couch and you ate popcorn. Well, Patrick Mahomes ran 6 touchdowns or threw for 4 or whatever. Kicked a field goal. Shows you how long it's been since I watched any NFL.
Well, we're all part of Team USA, so we're hoping that
that's right.
Well.
That's absolutely right. I'm hoping that Trump runs a touchdown and kicks a field goal and whatever, shoots a 3-pointer for tonight. So they're not moving. CNN is just absolutely snail crawling these results at this point. Wonder what so they're saying, okay, so NBC is saying that Georgia is too close to call, 50-48, but CNN and CNN still has not called Georgia either. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't understand how they can. This is, what was it Pastor Bennett was talking about? Was it Newsmax? Newsmax. Let me look at their numbers. Not that I trust them anymore, anybody else. But their numbers are different. They've got, Newsmax has Georgia, Trump by 3 in Georgia, and Trump by 2 in Pennsylvania. Yeah, that's pretty close. Pretty close. But they're not willing to call it yet. 77% of the vote in. What's still to be counted? 9% in Pittsburgh. Ooh, still a lot of Dauphine County, whatever you. Then Philadelphia. Oh God, they're still only at 68%. There's shenanigans going on in Philadelphia. You got to be sure about that.
Yeah,
you can count on that. So yeah, I can see why they would be hesitant to call that. Still 77% of the vote in, and Philadelphia is still got 23% of the vote to count. So yeah, I wouldn't call Pennsylvania either. What about Georgia? CNN has been cautious about Georgia. Where's CNN's numbers? So they are. I love when the pages refresh just as I'm clicking on things. There we go. 91% of Georgia counted. Trump's up by almost, 2.5 points. Still some votes to count in Fulton County. Still some votes to count in Cobb. Jeez, 20% of the votes still to count in Gwinnett. Yeah, so I can understand why they're hesitant to call that. I just find it strange that Decision Desk has gotten out ahead of this and decided to call Georgia, which makes no sense to me as close as that is. They've called, Decision Desk has Trump by 100,000 votes. Looks like 137,000 votes. What are they seeing that everyone else is not? Now, and I don't know whether to trust this either, because if you were watching earlier, we were sitting here looking at Wisconsin. Wisconsin was fluctuating between 3 million votes cast and like half that number, 1.5. Like every few minutes, it was going back and forth. So I don't know whether to trust Decision Desk. I mean, I'm not a big fan. Trust me, I'm not a big fan of CNN, but I think that I would trust their numbers on this one a little better. Now they're showing Wisconsin 66% of the votes in, what do we got over here? 68% of the votes. Where are they getting the numbers? That's the crazy thing. Why doesn't everybody have the same? That is so absolutely infuriating. Why doesn't everybody have the same numbers? Like, where are they getting where are the differences coming from? That is just insane to me.
You about have to look at the map side by side and see what.
I know, it's crazy. How on earth are they coming up with, like, every news network has a different number for the same state, which makes no sense. All right, so we're still at 211 to 153. What time is it? It's 10:27. It's 11:28 p.m. Eastern. When do the next polls close? I think the West Coast polls have closed, if I'm not mistaken. Poll closing times. I had this map earlier. Oh, yeah, it's 270 to win. That's what I need to be looking at. 270towin.com. Okay, so so all the polls should be closed at this point.
Yeah, I think so.
California, the West Coast, the only polls that are still open are Alaska and Hawaii and the Aleutian Islands, which close, portions of the Aleutians close at 1 a.m. But how many people and, large ferrets live on the Aleutian Islands that are going to make a difference to the election? Not very many. Although as close as this election might be, those ferrets living out on the Aleutian Islands might actually make a difference. So you never know. But I've got 2 tabs of this open. I'm going to go back to CNN here. So CNN's got 211 to 153. And 270 to win.
I've got Live Now on the side here, and it's got Michigan 52% to Trump and 48% to Harris. They showed the Harris camp, and those people don't look happy.
Yeah, I imagine not. Yeah, CNN is still showing Trump trailing by less than half a point, 0.6 of a percentage point in Michigan. There's still a lot to count. 270 to win still does not have a call for Michigan or any. What have they got? They've got Trump down.
This shows Michigan has Trump 54.
Oh wow. What site are you looking at?
Live Now by Fox.
Oh, all right. I didn't even think about looking at Fox. I don't know why.
Wisconsin's got Trump 51 to Harris 48.
And of course, my tab's not going to come up. Come on.
Arizona 50-50 for him.
I think we'd be better off drinking than trying to look at these numbers.
Speaking of that, I'm going to go fill my wine glass back up.
Yes, I don't blame you. Bring the bottle. Let's see here. So going back to Decision Desk HQ, they still have not called. They've called Georgia, which I don't really understand because no one else has. So this is an outlier. So if you look at CNN, we'll go to CNN. CNN still thinks Georgia and North Carolina are too close to call. Other places have called North Carolina. CNN has not. NBC has not. Let me see if I can get live news now. Live news now. Live now from Fox. Where's their election tracker? Live election results map. Here we go. So, yeah. So looking at live now from Fox, they've called North Carolina where CNN and NBC have not.
Yeah, they show that 51-48, I see.
Yeah.
With almost 80% counted, so
they're holding, I think they're holding out hope at CNN and MSNBC and NBC. They're holding out hope that no, that was South Carolina. They're holding out hope at the big networks that somehow there's a late dump of votes probably in Georgia that changes the narrative. Now there was let me go back and check. And Tim, my sincerest apologies that I don't see I don't catch up with your comments early enough. LA and Bay are what when California Democrats, a lot of the rest of the state is quite red, which is why the state will never be split. Yeah, absolutely. California is it's funny that, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that California wasn't a guaranteed win for Democrats. I mean, you go back to Reagan, but that's ancient history for most people now. And today you just call California like right off the bat for Democrats. Still chances for shenanigans certifying the election by Congress. Harris will be presiding for that. Yeah, that would be scary. Google was showing Oregon and Washington red. Yeah. Anytime you see any of the Democrat stronghold states red, it's probably because they've just started counting and it's less than like 4% counted. And it's usually the rural counties that have started counting. Once they get into the cities, like Curtis and I were looking at Washington earlier, and it was red early on, kind of candy striped red or leaning red, but they'd only counted the rural counties in eastern Washington. They hadn't counted Seattle or Vancouver, Tacoma. Pastor G, hey guys, I don't know how they call any of these places without. I don't know what the methodology is for calling races. I don't know what the methodology is there, how they decide, oh yeah, I'm going to call this race when we haven't got even 50% of the votes counted in a particular state. I don't understand that. I agree. I've never really understood how that works. I think what they do, and I think this can be to their detriment, and I think we've seen in the past, is they go out and they count these, like they take the exit polls and they make an assumption based on the exit polls, which, as to use I think it was Ben Shapiro who said, it's basically when you're basing your projections on exit polling, you're basically you're reading chicken entrails at that point. It's not really science. There's no real science behind it. You're just sort of guessing. But they do this to try to get out in front of the other networks. And with news anymore, it's all about who can report first and not who can report accurately. So that's why whenever there's a major terrorist event or a school shooting or something like this, a mass shooting event, why I like to adhere to that 72-hour rule, because the news networks try to get out in front of everything and they try to report before they have all the facts. And so when it comes to elections, they're trying to get the results faster than everyone else. And that's why you can see, for example, a place like Decision Desk HQ calling Georgia and North Carolina already when they're within the margin of error. And there's still 20, almost, well, not 20. There's still a fair number of votes to count. I mean, you look at Georgia, and the difference between Trump and Harris is what, 130 some odd thousand votes. There's plenty of time for that stuff to still to shrink up, because there's still 6% of the vote to count, and I guarantee you that 6% is in Fulton County. In fact, let's go ahead and click. Let's find out. So there's still votes to count in Fulton County. There's still votes to count in Chatham County. There's 59% is in Chatham County over in Savannah. So there's still another, almost half the votes to count in Chatham County. In Columbus, they're at 92%. Over in Augusta, they're at 94%. But the big numbers are right here around Atlanta, and all that stuff adds up. So I don't know why they're so quick to call this when there's still 6% of the vote to count. I just don't get it. I don't understand. Well, I do understand. They're trying to get out in front. They're trying to be the first to make the call. Now you look at CNN. CNN's being a lot more cautious. And CNN and some of the bigger networks are being more cautious because in 2016, for example, they thought for sure that Trump was going to lose to Hillary, and all the polling looked like Trump was going to lose, and then he clocked her. All of their polls were completely bogus. So they're being very, very, very cautious. And let's not leave out the possibility that CNN really doesn't want Trump to win anyway. Right? So CNN is going to wait and count every single vote. We're going to wait until we get 99%. We'll call California before a single vote has been counted. But in North Carolina and Georgia, at 94% or 91%, we're going to wait until we're darn near 100% before we make a decision, because we don't want to concede those, how many, it's 11, no, it's 16 in North Carolina now. We don't want to give Trump 16 votes, and we don't want to give Trump Georgia either. Why does it keep going back to the Senate? Stop with the Senate results. All right, here we go. Ooh, CNN has now called North Carolina for Trump. Just as I said this, which is, again, weird, 89%, but I guess it depends on where that 89% still is, or where that 11% is. The 7% of Buncombe County is still to count. These are the liberal strongholds. So you got Asheville, which is when I don't know whether they still call it this. I'm pretty sure they do. I grew up in Western North Carolina, right next to Buncombe County. Buncombe County is basically, and Asheville is basically San Francisco of the East Coast. So not a surprise, but if you look at the map, it's your population centers, right? Durham, where you've got Duke University, Winston-Salem, you've got all the tech, and you've got Wake Forest University, Guilford County, which is Greensboro and all the tech that's there, UNC Greensboro, Charlotte, which is UNC Charlotte, and the biggest city in the state, Fayetteville County, which is surprising, or Cumberland County, which is Fayetteville, which is surprising because it has such a large military population. But my suspicion is, but only 21% of the vote is in Cumberland County. I suspect that's going to flip before the end of the night. And then Raleigh, which is Wake County. It's your county. It's your state capital. It is North Carolina State University, North Carolina Central. So historically, black colleges. So it's kind of an urban. It's a mix of urban and college town sort of thing. And some of these upland counties that are at this point might as well be Virginia. But and then Wilmington out on the coast, which is completely different because Wilmington is lots of transplants from other places. But the majority of the state has, for my entire lifetime, been mostly red with the exception of these counties. But I don't know why you don't call it, why you wait till the very last minute. I guess because you're just holding out hope that they don't, that somehow she's able to pull it out. But I really did not think that North Carolina was going to go for Harris. I was hopeful that the results of Hurricane Helene, which hit, that's South Carolina. Sorry. Let's go back. Hurricane Helene in North Carolina devastated this part of the state right through here, including Buncombe County. And I really suspected, and most of these counties have always been in the far western part of the state, have always been red, including Watauga. This is where most of my family is from. Buncombe, Yancey, Mitchell, McDowell, Burke, Caldwell, Watauga counties, these counties right here. But these counties got absolutely obliterated by Helene, and lots of them don't even have power, or still out of power, still out of water, homes washed away. And I wondered how much that would suppress the vote. Like we were talking about earlier, what survival comes first, as opposed to trying to queue up to vote. But then again, if based on the horrible response by the federal government to this disaster, I mean, Harris didn't even visit the Western North Carolina at all. And remember back in, was it Hurricane Katrina, right? When Bush just got lambasted because he dared fly over Louisiana after Katrina. Well, there's nowhere for him to land, but he was still seen as insensitive for not going there. And at least he flew over. And yes, FEMA kind of bungled that response, but there's been no response by FEMA to what happened in Western North Carolina and Eastern Tennessee and parts of Georgia and Kentucky. Just nothing. If it wasn't for, people in these local communities banding together to help each other, there wouldn't be anything going on in response to Helene. So I was really curious to see how that would affect the voting in this part of the state, my old home state. Let's see here.
Newsmax has Trump with 246 electoral votes.
Let me check Newsmax. Let's see what we got going on. Yeah. 270 to win has the same. What's different? What's changed? So they've given Trump Georgia and North Carolina. And looks like they've given most of Nebraska to Trump as well. Second district of Nebraska is still not decided yet. First district of Maine has gone to Harris, according to them. Live news. What do they got going on here? All right, I don't like their map. Their map is, oh, okay. So let me share this. So they've got, well, where's the count? Okay, they got Trump at 230. They still haven't called Georgia. They've called Utah. They're still Trump by 0.4%. Yikes. 50% of the votes counted. So Arizona's still not quite decided. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania still leaning towards the Republicans. 70% in Wisconsin, 40%. How has Michigan only got 40% of their votes counted? Detroit. That's how.
Whitmer.
Yeah. Yep. Gotta be.
She probably just survived another attempted
Kidnapping.
Yeah.
Fake attempted kidnapping. Yeah. All right. So CNN has called North Carolina, but they still have not called Georgia, where Trump is up by 2.5 with 92%. You would think it's what's left for them to count. Okay. Still got 7% of the vote to count in Fulton County. Still got some 7% in Cobb, 6% in Gwinnett, 5% in Douglas. All these Atlanta adjacent counties, which are heavily Democrat. And still, how do these two counties have none of the votes counted? What the heck? Get on the stick, people. What is wrong with you? Maybe that's what they're waiting for, why they won't call it. They've got two counties that haven't even counted a single vote yet or reported a single vote counted. Lord have mercy.
Maybe the vote counters didn't leave the pub yet.
Very possible. All right, so what's going on in Nebraska? Nebraska, how does that all break out? There's 5 electoral votes, but they have a weirdo deal in Nebraska where they break up their vote. Do they have that explained somewhere? No, of course not. Somebody does. I think it's, yeah. So 270 to win has Nebraska. Nebraska 1 for Trump, Nebraska 2 for Harris, Nebraska 3. Okay. Explain this. Okay. So there's 5 electoral votes, and I assume that this is like you win the state, you get this. I don't understand. For those of you who are in Nebraska, please comment, explain how your stupid state voting stuff works, because it just makes no sense. Get with the times. Yes, Pastor G, everyone lies. It's human nature. Some states are going to be blue and red almost. Yes. Yeah, that's California right off the bat. You just hand them California right off the bat. Spot them California to begin with. But I don't get this. Like,
well, I see one report here says Republican Donald Trump won the electoral vote tied to Nebraska's vast rural 3rd congressional district.
So the 3rd,
one electoral vote.
Yeah. So here's Nebraska, and I don't understand it at all. So you have this general election. I don't know whether this results, and they've flagged this as a win for Trump with 57% of the vote. 57%. To Pastor G's point, how in the world do they do this? But anyway, so which I understand. I mean, if you look at the state map and all the red, as opposed to Lincoln and Omaha again, rural or urban versus rural, and college town versus farm town. I get it. So I guess Trump gets. I don't know what Trump gets out of this, but anyway, first district Trump by a 0.5%. Second district, which I don't know what, and it doesn't break this out and show me. I'm going to assume that the second district is like Omaha. Has Harris by 8, and then third district with no votes counted, 0% reporting, and they've given that to Trump. How? Explain your methodology. I don't get it. I just don't get it. It shouldn't be this confusing. It really shouldn't. Nebraska, figure it out. Get your crap together. You and Maine both. And it's all because a bunch of libs in a couple of towns didn't want their vote to go to Trump. And so they got all butthurt and created and passed a law that said that we get to keep our one electoral vote and decide who it goes to instead of the rest of the state, because we don't like our rural neighbors out in the farmlands. Grow up and get with the rest of the country. And that goes for you too, Maine. I'm looking at you, because Maine's got the same sort of regime where a bunch of libs in certain parts of the state don't like their rural Republican-leaning neighbors, so they don't want to vote with them. And it's all because of Trump. It's all because of Trump. All right, so just to recap, Decision Desk has Trump at 247. Of course, they've had Trump up I think they've been at 247 for a while, because they were quick to call North Carolina and Georgia, where the others were a little more hesitant. But they now are showing Arizona and all of the rest, and pretty much 3 of the 4 Rust Belt states leaning Trump. I'm curious to see what the rest of them are saying. Let's go look. So CNN has Trump at 227, so about 20 points less. Yes, exactly 20 points less. They have Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania leaning Trump. They have not called Georgia, however, which is the difference, I think, between them and Decision Desk HQ. I don't
Looks
think
like Ted Cruz's opponent is giving his concession speech.
Good for him. I mean, talk about he was so out of touch with Texas, and there was tons of money. You remember I was talking earlier about all those commercials that it was just driving me crazy during the Stars games, where every single commercial break, the only commercial was Colin Allred's commercial. None of them, not a single one of them, was one of those. You know how typically you'll see an ad, and at the very end the candidate will say, "I'm so and so and I approve this message." Not a single one of the Colin Allred ads were from the Colin Allred campaign. They were from out of state, turn Texas blue PACs. I never saw, I think I saw one Colin Allred ad the whole time, where at the very end, you saw Colin Allred and he says, "I'm Colin Allred." No, in fact, I'm not sure I ever did see that. I take that back. I never once saw a Colin Allred campaign ad where he personally approved the message. It was always an out-of-state PAC that was doing it. And all of Ted Cruz's ads were, I'm Ted Cruz, and I approve this message. So tons of out-of-state money pouring into Texas in an effort to turn the state blue. And once again, it failed. Thank God. Nebraska. Okay, so Nebraska. Only state does not think, or maybe New Hampshire. I'm not sure what that means. That may be a misspelling, Tim. Sorry, I missed it. Oh, that's voice to text. Okay. Splits the electoral votes. Yes. Yeah. Nebraska and Maine are the only two states that split their electoral votes, and they do it specifically because they don't like Trump. And they didn't want to have to give Trump all of their votes. Like their county or whatever, their district would go for Kamala every time or for a Democrat every time, and the rest of the state was red, and they don't like the rest of their hick conservative neighbors, and they just didn't want to be associated with them, so they came up with this crazy scheme where they split the vote, which makes no sense.
Another symptom of TDS.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. No question. All right, so let's see if we got any other interesting numbers. So live results at, where am I now? I'm at 270towin.com. And I wonder what they're forecasting. So they're forecasting, so live results, and they're forecasting Minnesota, Maine, New Mexico, Arizona. And two of the districts in Nebraska that haven't actually called. That map is not useful. Okay, so let's look at, that's 270 to win as well. All right, where was my live news now?
Couldn't answer direct questions. She had to, hem and haw and then go back to her standard campaign.
Oh, who's talking about Kamala and her hemming and hawing?
Not prepared to be president. She proved that.
Let's see. Hey, Paul, how are you? Glad you're checking in. We're doing like the rest of the country and just sort of drinking away our sorrow and confusion.
Answered everyone's questions.
Glad to have you with us.
Where she wants to lead the nation, but she was afraid to do it.
And for those of you who are Reformation Gun Club members, I sent out an email with the link if you want to join in and share in our misery. And all right, so let's look at this as of now. So Nevada, 2% of the vote. It's not worth looking at yet. I just don't understand. Nevada polls closed, an hour ago? I don't understand how we're only at 2%. Arizona, 52%. There's still a ton.
He's amazing. The guy's amazing.
Still 1, 2, 3 counties have zero votes reporting. Just great. Let's go out here. Let's look at Wisconsin again. This is the one we were looking at earlier in the night, and it just kept flipping because the numbers were going all over the place. And Decision Desk HQ was the only, I blame them for that, because it just kept, like at one point there were 3.5 million votes cast, and I don't think there's 3.5 million votes in the whole state. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it looks like there are. But yeah, early on there were a lot more, and then it would flip back and forth. So it's now sort of settling out. 75% of the votes cast. It's running 2.5 points in Trump's favor at the moment. That would be nice if he could pick that up. That would be 240. Let's go back and look at. Let's go look at Michigan. This was trending the wrong direction earlier in the night, 15 votes, and currently only 44%. That's just, that's got to be Detroit. Let's look. Yeah, 16% of the vote counted in Detroit. Detroit is a third world country. It just is. I mean, how is it that Detroit still only has 16% of the vote counted? But if you've seen pictures of Detroit, you understand. You understand why. Because it looks like a third world country. Let me see. There was a news report, and I want to see where this was. I wish I could find it now because it's been swamped by all of the other news of them calling races. There were several districts where they were going to extend the voting hours because of bomb threats, and then there was another that's just amazingly happened to have a gas leak on election night. If I recall correctly, in 2020 there was a place that just happened to have a water leak.
Yeah, I remember that.
I think that was in Georgia, was it not?
Yeah. Yep.
Wonder how is what a coinkydink that it just happens to happen on these things only seem to happen on election night. That's just amazing. All right, let's look at we're still waiting. Well, we're waiting for some more presidential stuff. Let's look at the Senate, because this is huge. Because if by some chance Kamala happens to pull this off and win the election, then the way you stop her agenda is with a Republican majority in the Senate. And it looks like we might be headed that direction. Polls close at 1 a.m. Eastern time, so that's in 57 minutes. But that's the Aleutian Islands, so who cares? No offense to those of you who are way out in the Aleutian Islands on, hanging out with the polar bears, but your votes are not really going to make much of a difference. So, but still, go out and vote. It's your civic duty. Please do. All right. So Montana looks like that's going to flip. Although, how in the world Montana still only has? I get it. Montana is incredibly rural. 14% of the vote still only counted in Montana, but it looks like, well, that's still too early to call. Even though he has a 17-point lead, the cities, all of the big cities, such as they are in Montana, Butte, Helena, Billings, still have 0% reported. So I don't know how that's possible. I would understand it if that was out in the rural areas, but what in the world? How is it that the cities don't have any votes counted and reported yet? In Nebraska, in the Senate, looks like the independent / Democrat Dan Osborne is trailing now. He was leading earlier, so that's a good sign that Deb Fisher may hang on to the seat in Nebraska. In Wisconsin, Eric Hovde is now up by 2. He was leading a lot more than that. That's tightened up quite a bit. But 95% of the vote in Madison, which is the crazy lefty. Oh, goody. Milwaukee, 57%. How is it that these big major cities can't get their act together and can't get the votes in? It just... I know that's a rhetorical question. I think we all know why. In Michigan, they still only have 43%. Of course, only 43%. How is they have a higher percentage of the votes in the Senate election than they do in the presidential? How is that possible? No, it's 45%. Oh, I was wrong. Still, Trump is up 4.3% in Michigan. That's surprising. I really thought that was going to be a lot closer. And it may yet be.
Here's a headline from the Babylon Bee. It says, Democrats remind everyone a winner may not be declared until 110% of the vote is counted.
Oh, so true. It's so sad that the Babylon Bee is closer to reality than actual news.
Yep.
Little late for voting. Yeah. It's not that late for voting, Paul. I mean, if you're a Democrat, you can still vote.
You got a week or two left.
Got a week or two left. If you're dead, there's no limit. Newsmax is now calling 51 Senate seats Republican. Sweet. That would be fantastic. I was seeing earlier something like 50, the potential for 54, perhaps. So they've got, so NBC has 49. You got Ohio with Marino. Yes. Why is that hash marked? What does that mean? Oh, it's flipped. Okay. So I understand what that means now. I think Montana probably flips. I know it's still early to call, but I bet Fisher holds on to her seat in Nebraska. Who knows in Nevada? Who knows in Utah? I've never had a good feeling about Kari Lake. I don't think she pulls that one out, but you know, who knows? McCormick, I think, has a good chance of unseating Casey. I think Hovde he's only up by 2 points, but I think he has a good chance of taking that seat as well. I think we could potentially get to 54, which would be awesome. Let's see. Check some of these other maps and see if anybody's updated anything else. Let's check back with the comments. Democrats keep voting after their death. Yes, this is very true. If you're a Democrat and you're dead, don't forget to vote. Harris campaign chief. What's the latest breaking news? I'm amazed at how lefty Forbes is. It's a business magazine, and yet every alert I get is, or maybe they've just gotten Trump derangement syndrome. Trump wins North Carolina. Harris says, we feel good about blue wall. All right, well, let's look at the blue wall. Yeah, it's looking awfully pink at the moment. The blue wall. Oh, wait, that's Senate. Let's go back. President. Nope, still pink. So I think they may be wish casting into the void at this point. I really think Pennsylvania, I think the best chance for Trump is Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. If he wins Pennsylvania, it's over. If he gets Pennsylvania, then it's Katie bar the door. It just that in this map would put him at 249. And then I don't think there's, despite the fact that why does this keep going back to the Senate? I think Georgia's going to end up Trump. I think Arizona ends up Trump. I think it's a good chance that Nevada ends up Trump, but I think Wisconsin and Pennsylvania go Trump, and that's it. That's church. But still time for shenanigans. And as you guys said, still time for the dead to come out and vote. If you're Republican and dead, that's true. That's very true. Possibly 4 more senators in those pink spots. The Republican candidates are a good amount ahead. Yes. Yeah, I'm feeling much better about the Republican Senate candidates than I am the presidential election, although as the night has gone along, I'm getting a little more warm to how things are working out in the presidential numbers. But there's some comfort in kind of feeling like all right, well, if this doesn't turn out the way we want it to, at least we have, I think the Senate is probably going to go our way. But then again, you never know. There's still a lot of chance for things to fail. What is going on? CNN doesn't look very or that's NBC. They don't look very happy. Oh, that's because it's Jen Psaki. I don't understand how you go from. If there's any better example of just how corrupt the media is, the revolving door between Democrat, the White House, Democrat White Houses and the media is just, there's your best indication of just how corrupt the media is. That someone can be considered somehow a fair and balanced or an objective media figure after spending their entire, spending 8 years or 6 years or 4 years lying through your teeth for whoever the president was. Jen Psaki or Stephanopoulos, George Stephanopoulos is another perfect example of this. Yeah, Psaki doesn't look happy. I assume that's Jen Psaki. She doesn't look happy, whoever it is. Let's see. Democrat, get out. The vote is bring out your dead. So true. They bring the cart around, throw grandma on the cart, take her over to the polling place. She's not dead yet.
Rogers right now has just
circle back, Psaki, circle. Yeah, that's exactly right. All the circling back between the White House and the media is amazing. So let's see. This is Decision Desk HQ. They've got Trump at 247, Harris at 213. It's been that way for a while. We're down to basically the blue wall or the Rust Belt states and Arizona and Nevada that are going to decide it. And I'm just absolutely shocked that Nevada is only 2% of the vote has been counted. What the heck? 0% of the vote in Las Vegas, 0% in Carson City, 0% in Reno, 0% in Ely, I guess that White Pine County. Only one county has actually reported their votes, and that's Nye County, which is, if you don't know where that is, congratulations. Nobody else does either.
They're all still at the casino.
Must be. Like, it's sort of like we still don't know the motive behind the guy who did the shooting in Las Vegas, and we still don't know how anybody voted in Las Vegas. So I think we'll probably wrap this up around midnight. So we got about 45 minutes. We'll see how things go. I really don't know whether we're going to know, but I think we could. Let's see. How close are we? Let's see how close to getting the vote in are we?
Nye County is down on the border between there and California.
94% of Nevada lives in the urban areas. Yeah, which makes even less sense when you consider the fact that if you go and look at Nevada, none of these counties have reported any votes. Actually, they have. If you go over here to CNN, I'm going to share the CNN tab. So here's CNN. One county has reported any of their votes, and it's not the cities. What the heck? Crazy. Just crazy.
Isn't Area 51 there pretty close to Nye County?
It might be. It's all the aliens. No, that's New Mexico. Sorry. Area 51 is down in New Mexico. That's why they all vote get all the aliens voting in New Mexico. That's why it's a reliably blue state. That's down here in Roswell, which is I can't remember which county it's in. It's outside Albuquerque. It may be Torrance or San Miguel County. I can't remember. One of these in here. Yeah. So let's get the presidential map back up here.
No, Area 51 is in Nevada.
Is that? I thought that was. Roswell and Area 51 is Roswell and Area 51 different?
Yeah, those are big different. Yeah, because I used to drive just on the other side of the mountains across from Area 51.
What's the deal with Roswell? Why is Roswell?
That's where that UFO crashed on that farm.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I used to drive just on the other side of the mountains from Area 51 all the time. I was hauling hazmat from Mesa, Arizona up to Portland, and I would go back and forth across that road all the time.
Area 51, 83 miles northwest of Las Vegas. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was getting it confused. Why is Roswell? So the Roswell incident is why Roswell is a conspiracy theory that says the Army, blah, 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 blah. That supposedly the Army Air Force captured a flying saucer on a ranch in Roswell.
Yeah.
Way
it took
back.
me a while to get this parking permit.
Nice. I like it. Area 50. Yeah. Sorry, Tim, you're right. Yep. Lincoln County, Nevada. And Roswell has the Alien Museum. Okay, so for some reason my brain was putting them together. I don't know why. Probably the alcohol.
Well, there's probably aliens at Area 51 too.
Oh yeah. I'm sure there is. That's where they took the aliens from Roswell.
Yeah.
So they could experiment on them. Let's see. Let's look at the Senate, see if anything has changed there. Have they called any more races? Only 15% of the vote is in Montana. That's great. 35% in Utah. 64% in Nebraska, 76% in Wisconsin, 48% in Michigan. Good Lord, people. 85% of the vote is in Pennsylvania. Casey is losing by 1.2%, so they haven't called that one yet.
Adam Schiff is giving his acceptance speech saying he's going to spend his entire term going after Trump again.
Oh, yeah. Not surprised at all. What a piece of garbage Adam Schiff is.
Yeah.
Guy created the whole Russia collusion hoax and the whole Steele dossier thing. It all turned out to be garbage.
Yep.
And yet, if you're in California, they will reelect you. Actually, they'll elect you to an even higher office. Because didn't he did that when he was in Congress. Does parking permit means Tim's an alien? No. Curtis, you're not an alien, right?
No, not an alien.
No aliens. Not transporting any. Don't have any little green men in the back of your in the trailer in the back.
Not that I know of. Of course, I have been to Laredo, and sometimes they crawl up underneath the sleepers in the trucks. The people that the drivers don't know it, that they got people.
Different kind of alien.
Yeah.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Shifty Adam Schiff. This is a family program. I'm not gonna go there, Tim. Not going to stoop to that. I really wanted to see the Schadenfreude going on. All the absolute, just people losing their minds on MSNBC tonight. I was really hoping that would happen. I think we're close to that, but we still.
Yeah, I was hoping for some howling and crying also.
So I could fill up my leftist tears tumbler that I got from Daily Wire. All right, so Wisconsin with 78% of the vote counted. Trump's up by 2.7%. No, 3.7%, almost 4. Minnesota, 57% of the vote counted. A lot of rural votes out there, but I'm guaranteeing no, it's the rural areas that are slow in coming in.
They haven't got their Starlink hooked up yet.
Apparently not. But then again, for some reason, only 1% of St. Paul of Ramsey County is voted that or is counted. That makes no sense. Let's see.
I think they can see that when she's telling different things to different people, she's not the real deal. But as important as that is,
President, go back.
Let's not forget all the auto workers.
Michigan. Let's go back to Michigan again. So Michigan, Trump is up a bunch. 6 points at this point. Almost 6 points.
But as he's driving that thing, they were shipping the jobs off to Mexico.
But with only 52% counted.
When are these jobs going to come back home? Now you factor in what's going on overseas. How Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's record overseas has been a colossal disaster on foreign policy.
I don't know who's ranting behind on your TV there.
They refunded UNRWA. They have the blood of the October 7th victims on their hands. And I think right now, people who have relatives in Gaza that are the ones who are
Brett Baer just said that Harris, and this was
very narrow.
very, yeah, no kidding. Yeah, that's the one thing I did find interesting over here on Decision Desk HQ. Look at this trend line. They're now saying Trump has a 91% chance of winning. That Harris has an 8% chance of pulling this off. And they're now projecting 294 for Trump. That's their prediction. That's wow. This was getting a little dicey back here at about 6 o'clock. Took a little dip around 7 when Harris was at 37%. And then it's just gone up and up and up since then. I don't know what her path to victory. I mean, she's got to win.
He's in Florida, not but some of the big news tonight, Bruce.
But she could win Michigan and still not win the election. She's got to win. If she loses Pennsylvania, that's probably
first of all, thanks for having
that's probably it.
Number 9
because she's lost North Carolina. That's huge. If she loses Pennsylvania, and especially if she loses Wisconsin, so we're talking. What?
The answer to your question on the black man vote, if you want to say the black male vote, that's trending and very strong for President Trump, not just Georgia but all across the country, is that
15 votes for Michigan. I don't know whether he pulls off Michigan, but he's performing really well there at the moment.
Look, I ran the diversity coalition. I know this game. He challenged him back in 16. What the heck do you have to lose?
10 in Wisconsin gets him to 240.
And they're with Trump. And so
I'm gonna
really going with someone that they knew who he was all along, but the media.
I'm gonna mute that real quick just for a moment while I rant for a moment. Where are we? Presidential results. Am I sharing this? Let's share this. All right. So Minnesota with 10 votes. Right now, Harris is in the lead there. That puts her at 192. I think Wisconsin probably goes to Trump. That is 10 votes. So that would put him at 240. How's Madison looking? 95%. And 58 in Milwaukee. They're finally getting around to counting the vote in Milwaukee. It's just insane. I do not understand why the whole country doesn't do what Florida does, which is count the early voting first. Just makes no sense. I'll get off my sawhorse for a moment there. All right, so Pennsylvania, how are we looking there? Pennsylvania, 19 votes, which would put Trump at 249. Trump by 2.7% at this point, with 88% in. Pittsburgh is almost fully counted. Harrisburg, Allentown. Yeah, so they're holding out for this last 20% in Cambria County. How are we doing in Philadelphia? Is at 78, so that could still turn. 168,000 votes. So if there's still 160, that's what they're holding out here. If there's still 168,000 votes not counted, which I could see in Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, and Philadelphia, and Allentown. There's not much left in Allentown, but certainly in Philadelphia, that could close up. But let's look. I still am surprised they haven't called Georgia yet. Let's look at Georgia. 16 votes here. Trump by 2.3. Still a little bit of counting to do in Fulton. A little tiny bit in Cobb. The difference is 118,000 votes, and clearly there's more than 118,000 votes uncounted, still uncounted in between places like Savannah and Augusta and Atlanta and the suburbs. So, yeah, but I still think that's going to end up. Being. I don't understand the difference in these counties, like these tiny counties with not that many votes, how they're not even close to being finished yet. Some of them. Or where they haven't even reported a single vote. What the heck? What's wrong with you people? Come on, get on the stick. You've only had 364 days to prep for this. So that's 16 there. That's 19. So that'd be 249. You give it 249, 250, 260 something. Yeah.
Those small counties are the backup. They don't know how many votes they need yet.
That's true. That's true. They're going to just say, you guys hold off voting or counting. We'll let you know how many to count. Stay tuned. We'll send out the instructions in a little bit. I need to top off my drink. All right, let's see. So are we anywhere close to calling any of these states? So Wisconsin's at 81%. Michigan is at 54%. We're nowhere close to announcing Michigan. 88% for Pennsylvania, and we're at 93% for Georgia. I think we're fair. I think we might get Georgia, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania called before midnight. Maybe.
Just from 2022 to what we know now, Hunter Biden said
We'll just have to see. How long can they string this out and start manufacturing more votes? Oh no, it's election misinformation. I'm going to get demonetized.
Newsmax has Pennsylvania 200,000 votes ahead by Trump with 86% reporting.
Yeah.
51% to 48.
CNN has got 169,000 ahead, but there's still 22% of the vote to count in Philadelphia, and there's still 6% of the vote to count in Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, and there's still a little bit of counting in 29% of the vote still to count in Harrisburg. So they're still holding out hope that those counties are going to come through and close that gap. But there's still Republican counties that have votes to count as well. Bucks County still has darn near 40% of their vote not counted. York County has 55% of their votes still to count. So, yeah. Come on, guys. Are they counting this stuff by hand? They must be. So let's see. 93% of the vote counted in Georgia. I still won't call this. This country is shifting and it's changing. It's becoming more patriotic. And when we win, I'm declaring it right now. When we win, we cannot forget the spiritual battle. Trying to go after our children, trying to go after our babies, trying to cut off perfectly good body. Any predictions? Want to make a prediction at this point? They want to talk about Jesus and talk about nationalism. We need to keep that spirit for these 4 years when President Trump gets in office with his team that already got in place.
Jesus is still Lord and King.
Well, that's not a prediction. That's absolute truth. No matter what happens tonight, that's absolute truth. 7 counties with 90%. Trump lost the state by less than 3 in 2020. The county is 95%. Yeah, so the experts at CNN are basically pointing out Michigan. There's 7 counties with 95% of the vote in. Trump lost the state by less than 3 in 2020, and in the counties with 95% in Trump, 95% in, Trump is tracking 4 points better than he did 4 years ago. So there's a chance that Trump pulls off Michigan. If he runs the blue wall, if he gets 3 of the 4 of the blue wall, it's over. And it's 10, 15 in? Yep. So that would be 2. If he were to get Michigan and Wisconsin, you're looking at 255. And then throw in, 16 in Georgia, and it's over. So they're slow walking the count because it's so tight. I really think this has been such a weird election, and it's been such a weird Pastor Bennett and I were talking about this earlier. We haven't had a normal election since 94, probably. Everything from the hanging chads in 2000 and ever since then. The only one really that hasn't been weird. I don't think you could say that the 2 Obama elections there was no question that he was winning those 2 elections. Mainly because in the first election, he had such an advantage over the Republican candidate in terms of just charisma and the fact that the media was just basically hiding who he really was, and it was clear he was going to win again in 2012. So don't think there was a whole lot of shenanigans going on there. But then 2016, it's shenanigans galore. And then 2020, it's astronomical shenanigans because of COVID, which the Democrats used. Oh, CNN has called Georgia. CNN has called Georgia for Trump. Wow. Okay. So that puts Trump at 246. Now it's up to the blue wall. And this is tracking as, I can't prove this because I forgot to take a screenshot of my original prediction, but this is tracking pretty much as I predicted. I predicted that we would lose Virginia. We would hold take North Carolina. He would take Georgia. I was thinking he would get Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. I was not thinking that he would win Michigan or Minnesota. He doesn't need to. But I was thinking Harris wins Minnesota, Harris wins Michigan, Trump wins Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, Trump wins Arizona. Done. Good night, Irene. How is it that they've no votes cast? They've already given this Hawaii to Harris, but no votes cast. They haven't given Alaska to Trump. When everyone on Earth knows that there's no way that Kamala Harris wins Alaska, it's just not going to happen. So just go ahead and slot Alaska in for Trump, which is not that many votes. What is that? 4? 3. So essentially, he's got 249. And I wonder what the exit polling is looking like. Curious to see what the demographics of the polling look like right now. Because I know the early voting numbers were really looking good for Republicans, which has not been the case. It helps that Trump wasn't telling people not to vote like he did in the last election, which was just stupid. But exit poll results. Let's have a look. In Georgia, independents are breaking for Trump by 11 points. Missouri, Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn, who you see a lot here. Infrequent voters, those who did not vote in 2020, is basically a tie, but Trump had a slight edge. In Michigan, those who did not vote in 2020 are breaking by 3 points for Trump. In Wisconsin, though, it's the other way around. 6 points for Harris. In Michigan, voters under 30 are voting for Trump. This is surprising. So this is Gen Z voting for Trump in Michigan by 5 points. That's surprising. And voters in Michigan over age 65 are voting for Harris by a 12-point margin. That is weird. Wonder why do you... Okay, so those of you who are in chat, what do you think is going on there?
Old people get their news from mainstream media. They're not on the internet. Excluding me.
Do you think maybe that the 65 plus voters are looking at Trump and saying they don't like the character issues with Trump, and it's why they're breaking for Harris? Like they're traditionally conservative, church going, and they see Trump, and of course Trump has been demonized as all these terrible things, and he's got all these peccadillos in his past. Do you think that accounts for some of that difference in the 65 plus crowd?
I think they lived through World War II and the Nazism and the fascism that they seen there, and now that's all the words that are spoken against Trump. And so they're not savvy enough, and I'm not putting them down, but they're not looking independently at his record. What did he do the 4 years he was in? They're just listening to the words that they see.
Yeah.
You know, and they hear those words and they remember World War II and they go, man, I don't want that.
Yeah.
You know, that's the same thing. That's why old people get scammed so much. They believe things that are said. They're a trusting generation. They don't understand that the U.S. government legalized propaganda.
Right. Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
Diesel on YouTube says Trump. Yep, that's lead poisoning. Lead poisoning is causing them to vote for Harris. That's very possible. In it is Michigan. Maybe it's that Flint water. The gender gap is going as you would expect. Exit polling shows men breaking for Trump by 9 points and women breaking for Harris by 12. That's not surprising. North Carolina voters, only 36% of those voting for Trump decided in the last week to vote for Trump. So people in North Carolina who voted for Trump already knew who they were going to vote for. And I think that's not just North Carolina. I think that's across the country. And that may be in the case of both candidates. The voters kind of knew who they were getting. Well, I take that back because nobody knows really what they're getting with Kamala. But the people who are voting for Kamala, I think a lot of them are voting against Trump and not voting for Kamala. So the impressions of Trump are kind of baked in. People have known what they think of him and who they're going to vote for, and they've known for months. And those last few undecided voters, I don't think there were all that many of them. 58% of the people who voted for Harris decided in North Carolina decided in the last week, which is weird. What did she do in the last week that made them decide that she was their candidate? That's a bit surprising. Those who decided before September who they were going to vote for. This is kind of following up on that. North Carolina, 47% of Harris voters and 53% of Trump voters said they decided before September. So that gets to that. Yep. This was baked in. They knew exactly who they were going to vote for, and it didn't matter what happened between September and now. So that's a tiny percentage of the population that were actually both candidates were trying to win. That's really weird. Black voters, only 86% in Georgia voted for Harris. Wow. Consider that 98% of black voters in Georgia in 2008 voted for Obama. 89% voted for Clinton. 88% voted for Biden, 86% voted for Harris. So more people voted for the old dead white guy 4 years ago than for the woman of color this year in Georgia. Wow. That's surprising. Not a shock that the most important issue to Harris voters was the state of democracy and abortion. Those were the top two at 56 and 21%. For Trump voters, the most important issue, unsurprisingly, economy and immigration at 51 and 20%. State of democracy only at 12. Abortion not really an issue for Trump voters, which is not surprising because Trump is not really a pro-lifer.
A Harris camp spokesman just told everybody there to go home, that there was not going to be any release from Kamala tonight.
Going home to prepare the concession speech, perhaps. Drink a bottle of rosé and
produce another word salad.
Oh my gosh, I can't imagine if she ends up being president. It'd be just horrible. All right, let me catch up on some married women. Okay, so the married women. So that was in relation to the women thing. Let's go back. So where's the women thing? Yeah, the gender gap, 55 to 43. And yeah, I think the unmarried women gap is what, or the unmarried women probably make up the bulk of that 12% difference between Trump and Harris. I suspect that married women probably lean more Trump would be my guess. I have not seen the numbers on that though. Let's see if I can find that. See what I can find. Let me get some more comments in here. Unfortunate pro-abortion amendment 1 in Missouri. That is unfortunate. On the plus side, in Florida, it went down in flaming defeat. There were 2 ballot initiatives in Florida that I was really surprised. One was the legalization of pot, and the other was pro-abortion, and both of them went down in flames, just absolutely destroyed at the polls. I've seen too many women on TikTok say they're voting for Kamala because she's a woman. Yeah, it's come down to the fact that she has lady parts. That's why she was selected. She's not the vice president because she has any skills or brains or ability to speak coherently. It's simply because she has lady parts and because her skin is a certain color.
DEI 100%.
100%. Harris will not concede till tomorrow. Yep. Exactly. Yep. Fox News. Yep. Yeah. I think she's probably reading the tea leaves at this point and figures this is not going to end well. We're at almost midnight and the blue wall is not blue, and it should have been by now. And Georgia and North Carolina have gone to Trump, so her path to victory is almost gone.
She got to go talk to Obama for a while.
Yeah. Can you write a concession speech for me that will help me run for president in 4 years? Yeah, that is a lot of black voters for Trump. That 88% voting for only 86% voting for Harris this time. That's 22% 24%, sorry. Or no. My math is not working. 86 is not. 86 is 16% for Trump.
I'll loan you a slide rule.
Here's my problem. 51 seats Republican in the Senate. That's fantastic. So let's go look at that. Let's look at the Senate map. See how things are shaking out. CNN is showing 50, but I think we're probably going to get, I think Montana's going to give us 51. I suspect McCormick pulls out Pennsylvania. That gets us to 52. Fisher in Nebraska is probably going to get us to 53. And I think Hovde is going to beat Baldwin, which would get us to 54. I don't know enough about Mike Rogers. There's only 58% of the vote in Michigan yet. But at this point, it's possible we get 55, which would be fantastic. It's not quite filibuster, but it's close. Let's see. Yes, Caesar salad. And Diesel says, yes, people voting against Trump, not really voting. That's absolutely true. Yeah, absolutely true. Way too many people are just pulling the lever because they're scared of Trump. And in fact, there was an exit poll. Harris voters, if Trump is elected, 70% say they're scared. 70%. Now, 58% of Trump voters say they're scared if Harris is elected, but I think the vast majority of Trump voters are not voting against Harris. There's a certain percentage. There's the Nikki Haley crowd that are voting for Trump because they oppose Harris's campaign and Harris's policies, which are basically Biden's policies, which are basically Obama's policies. But 70% of Harris voters are scared to death of Trump. So they're going to vote for Kamala simply to vote against Trump. They're voting against something, not for something. So absolutely right. California prop to repeal lesser crime. Ooh, what is that? To appeal, I need to find out about what is that. So ballot measures. Let's go ballot measures. So let's look around the country at so there's some abortion rights ballot measures. A constitutional right to abortion is probably on its way to passing in Arizona. On its way to passing in Colorado, not terribly surprising. Absolutely got crushed in Florida. Legalizing recreational marijuana, crushed in Florida. Oh, wait. No, projected winner is no. Wait, how is that possible? 90, what? This gets back to the how the hell does this happen? Somebody asked earlier, I think it was Pastor G, was like, how are they making these projections when so few of the votes, when not even half the votes have been cast? Well, here, 95% of the votes are in. Only 44% voted no to legalizing marijuana, but yet they're projecting no as the winner. There's something wrong here. This doesn't make sense. They've got something completely backward. North Dakota, legalizing marijuana, no, looks like they haven't called that one. I don't understand. Just don't understand how any of this polling stuff works. 99% of the votes, no is winning by 7 points or 6 points, and yet we're not calling that race. South Dakota, legalize recreational marijuana, no is winning by 20 points. Still 60% of the vote to count. Increasing the minimum wage, yeesh, bad idea. Arizona, lower wages for tipped workers, raising the minimum wage in California. Believe it or not, that one is losing. That's surprising. Voting rights, require partisan primaries, Supreme Court races, California. Establish a right to marry. You already have a right to marry.
I think that's your dog or your monkey or something you can marry.
Yeah. Marry whoever and whatever you want, probably. Yeah, probably. Okay. There's all your ballot initiatives that we know of at this point. Governor's races. I haven't looked at the governor's races. Haven't talked a whole lot about governor's races at this point. North Carolina, this is just horrible. Mark Robinson imploded. Just absolutely. He was incredibly popular. Popular beyond North Carolina. Looked like he was going to run away with the governor's race, and then personal scandals have just absolutely destroyed him. Got governorships in Indiana, not surprising, in West Virginia and Missouri, North Dakota, Republican in Vermont. It's weird. How is it that crazy place can elect a Republican for governor and a crazy person like Sanders for Senate? Never really made sense to me. Montana looks like is going to stay in Republican hands. Washington, of course. Dave Reichert. How do I know that name? How do I know Dave Reichert's name? Don't know. He's not the guy that caught the Green River Killer, is he? I don't know why that name sounds familiar. Dave Reichert. I have to look that up. All right, back to the map. I won't bore you with the rest of this craziness. Senate. Let's see if any more updates on the Senate. Still 50-40. Still only 20% of the vote in Montana. I know you're out in the middle of goat pastures, but come on, send somebody to town to collect the votes. 74% in. Looks like I would suspect that Deb Fischer is going to retain her seat in Nebraska. Hovde's up by 2 points with 84% of the vote. I suspect he takes that seat, and Tammy Baldwin gets kicked to the curb. Thank goodness. Michigan is looking still 40% of the vote count. And I get it. It's probably because Detroit's a third world country and it's really hard to do the voting. But I don't know how it is that in actual third world countries they can get the vote counted faster than Michigan. But still, Dave McCormick looks like he's going to beat Bob Casey, so that's good. So maybe 3 or 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, potentially. Well, then you got Nevada.
Dave Reichert was involved in the capture of the monster known as the Green River
Killer. I read his book. He's a Lutheran, by the way.
Wow.
He served in the House of Representatives. Let me see if I can find that. One moment. Naturally, it's not in here. In my other bookcase. Dang it. No, it's in my other bookcase in my bedroom, probably. Good book. He wrote I can't remember the name of the book, but it's excellent. If you want to kind of behind the scenes of the whole Green River Killer investigation. Really good book. Chasing the Devil, my 20-year quest to capture the Green River Killer. Good book.
Might check it out on Audible.
I would. Yeah, it's good stuff. I don't know who narrates it, but it's definitely an excellent read. I really enjoyed it. Let's see. So let's get some more comments in here. I'm way behind. My apologies, guys. Trump is ahead currently. Popular vote in most tracks. Yes, that's true. That's really surprising. Of course, only 47% of the vote in California has been counted, though. So yeah, I don't expect him to win the popular vote. I think it'll be a lot closer than it has been in the past, but I don't expect him to win the popular. Not with 30% of Minnesota still to count, and 30% of Washington, and 30% of Oregon, and 50% of California still to count. I just don't see it. But yeah, to this point, the fact that he's still ahead is a really good sign of how the rest of this is going to go. She needs 200,000 votes to be found in all those. Yeah. So she's gone home. Not going to be an announcement tonight because she's got to go home and try to find 200,000 votes and between now and 3 a.m.
I got that book in my library. I'll start listening to it Thursday when I hop in the truck.
Good deal. It is a really good book.
Always looking for good books to read while I drive.
AP headline: Harris path to victory narrows. That's an understatement. Yeah. I really was hoping we'd have a couple of these blue wall states decided by now. Been at this for 3 hours. Come on. Make a decision. So we're at 93% in Pennsylvania. The difference is 219,000 votes. Are there 200,000 votes still in Philadelphia? Let's look. No. But between there... 10% there, maybe. No. I don't know why they haven't called. I really don't know why they haven't called Pennsylvania. With 200,000 votes difference at this point, it's close to a 4-point lead. But
you know why they don't call it yet?
Philadelphia.
They have to leave some question marks when everybody goes to bed.
Yep. Bomb threats. Here we go. What is it? New York Times. Bomb threats hit several states. None found credible. But we're going to delay Georgia, Maine, Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Ohio. Funny how the bomb threats are only in battleground states.
Yeah.
And as a result, and Atlanta, but that didn't help. So because of the bomb threats, they've had to close polling places to make sure they're safe, and then extend the voting hours. Naturally. FBI is aware of bomb threats to polling locations in several states, many of which appear to originate from Russian email domains. None of the threats have been determined to be credible thus far. Blah, 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 blah. But that's all part of it, though. I mean, they know that you have to take all that stuff seriously, so you call in a bomb threat, causes the polling place to have to extend their hours. That gives you more time to cheat. And there you go.
And they call it Russian, but I have a VPN. I can select a place almost anywhere in the world to run my VPN from.
Right. Right.
I guess most people don't know that, but it's not hard to make it look like something came from Russia or India or China or anywhere you want.
Or anywhere else, yeah. I could be in Bangladesh sending out bomb threats to people. Let's see. One moment. I can't breathe. Anybody else have year-round allergies? Oh, they're so great in Texas. Texas is wonderful for allergies. I came to Texas and they said, and I went to visit my doctor for the first time, and they said, got anything going on? And I said, well, no, just some allergies. They said, well, you came to the wrong place. You shouldn't have moved to Texas.
You can defeat that. Get yourself some local raw honey from your area there, if it's possible.
Okay.
Put it in the jar, add the garlic, let it ferment for a couple months, or it depends if you chop the garlic up into smaller pieces, it could be maybe 3 weeks. Take a teaspoonful every day, and you will see those allergies greatly diminish.
All right. At this point, I'm willing to try just about anything. So
1/3 of all my books are on nutrition and health. Even though I'm a stupid trucker, I read a lot of books on nutrition and health. I've been ketogenic for 13 years.
Oh, wow.
I take no medications. I'm not high blood pressure. I'm not obese, etc., etc. And for a truck driver not to be a fat ass, that's
I started
rare.
to say, you sit on your butt all day and drive all over the country. That is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Well, cool. We'll probably have to have an episode where you come on and tell us how not to be fat asses. That would be great. I would love to hear it.
I could do it. I read a lot on nutrition.
I could use the help. Okay. They still haven't called anything. How are we doing? 93%. Oh, Michigan's up to 64%. They're getting a move on. 87% in Wisconsin. That is still 4 points. Just don't understand why I haven't called that. All right. Even Arizona is starting to catch up with Michigan. That's insane. Arizona's at 52%. Michigan's at 64%. I know Michigan is bigger. I get it. Still. Let's go look at the Senate again. I haven't even bothered looking at the House. I have no idea who's running for what the House races are, because I think everybody's so focused on Trump-Harris thing, and if Trump loses, are we going to have the Senate? But if Trump wins and we have the Senate, even better. Right now we're looking at 50. 2 flipped. Looks like Wisconsin. I still think we flip Wisconsin. I think we flip Pennsylvania. I think we flip Montana. I think we hold Nebraska. That gets us to 54, right? Yep. I think that gets us to 54. I can do math.
I think Trump will take Arizona.
I do too. That was part of my original prediction, was that Trump was going to get. I broke out one of those maps, and I wish I had recorded it so that I could have actually, with some credibility, shared that information here. But I was playing around. One of the, I don't remember which website it is, that lets you kind of fill in your own map with your own predictions. And my predictions were pretty much this. With all the pink ones being red, except for Michigan. And I still think that's probably the way it's going to go. I still think Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona go red. And now looking at it, there's an outside chance Michigan goes red too, which is even better. So 246, you throw in 3 more votes because, I mean, there's no way Alaska doesn't go for Trump.
We trust you without the evidence. You have a picture of Martin Luther on the wall.
If I was wrong, I would if I had been wildly wrong, I would tell you, just for the laughs, for nothing else. Let's see. Check back in the comments. I think everybody's probably gone to bed at this point and have given up. Let's see if there's any more exit polling news. Results of Pennsylvania exit polls.
I see Nebraska denied abortion after the first trimester. I see a lot of places that were pro-abortion, but
yeah,
I'm always happy of the ones that do put limitations on it.
That's been the downside, I think, of the Roe overturning of Roe, is that yes, it went back to the states, but then the states had ballot initiatives instead of having their elected representatives decide. They put it to a popular vote, and the popular vote in a lot of cases has just been sort of a backlash against the Roe decision.
Yeah. I don't know. I think a lot of people don't understand that Trump's position is to send it back to the states and let them decide. I think the perception of most people is Trump is anti-abortion, and so that vote goes against him for that reason.
Yeah.
You know, and they're not understanding that all he did is said, it's not my decision, it's your state's decision.
Right.
And I don't think people understand that really.
No, I don't think they do. I think Trump courted the pro-life vote by saying, look, we're gonna overturn Roe versus Wade. I'm gonna appoint justices that are gonna review it and overturn it. And they did, and he brags about that. But it's not so much the concept of federalism is not something that most Americans really understand very well. And abortion is a scare
tactic.
See,
Tucker Carlson's going in as Trump is supposed to speak soon.
Ooh, he's probably going to tell people to go home because we're going to be having a party tomorrow. Or probably not. He'll probably speak for an hour. It's the way he is. Pennsylvania exit polling. Harris wins 55% of women voters. Trump down 1% among women. Trump wins 55% of white voters. That's down 2% from 2020. Trump wins 59% of white men. That's down 3%. All these numbers look, Trump down from 2020, but he's still winning, which is really weird. Down 3 points among voters age 65. He's down compared to 2020, down from what he got in among voters age 45 and up. But voters under 45 in Pennsylvania, Harris wins 53%. Trump's share is up 7%. So he gained among younger voters, which is really weird. We were talking about that earlier. Trump wins 57% of those with college degrees in Pennsylvania. That's up 3 percentage points. 48% of Pennsylvania voters have a favorable view of Trump, which is up from 2020. And the unfavorable is down 2 points, so that's a good thing. 31% of voters said the economy mattered most. And 12% immigration, 15% abortion, 31% the state of democracy. That's that whole Trump's gonna Trump's a fascist and gonna, we're never gonna have another election kind of thing. 49% of Pennsylvania voters said their family financial situation was worse than it was 4 years ago, compared to just 16% in 2020. That's huge. From 16 to 49%.
I'm surprised it's not much higher.
I am surprised it's not much higher, but wow. 73% of voters believe that democracy is under threat. Now, that's a little amorphous, a question and answer, because there are people on the right, myself included, who would think that democracy is actually under threat from people like Kamala Harris. So that's an interesting number, but it's not indicative of a whole lot unless you get a little more specific with the questioning. 40% were white, 3% were black, compared to 2%. Yeah.
I see Newsmax now has Trump at 251, so I think they gave him Alaska.
I don't know why you wouldn't write off. It's kind of like why they gave Kamala Hawaii before a single vote has been cast or counted. They're still at 0% in Hawaii and still at 0% in Alaska. And it's all the polls have closed in both states, and yet they've given Hawaii to Kamala and not Alaska to Trump. Let's see if anything's changed over here on the decision desk at NBC. They've got 50. What have they done? How is it there's 51 seats in the Senate over here? What have they? Oh, they've gone ahead and they've called Nebraska for the Republicans. Okay. Let's see. Where's the president? 246. They've given Hawaii, but not Alaska. That doesn't make any sense at all. It seems like that would be the easiest call of the night, kind of like Alaska, kind of like Hawaii and California.
Yeah.
You just chalk Alaska up to the Republican.
Yeah, there are certain geographical places that you just know is going to happen.
But the fact that they don't just makes no sense. And then they do call other places, which I don't consider this sort of election prediction stuff to be a science. It's voodoo. I really don't understand how any of it works. It's like Pastor G said earlier. I don't understand how they call these races. Yes, the Crumbs says my money is on Trump. That's where my money is too. Although I'm not betting. I don't have any luck betting. But I'm with you, Crumbs.
My view for a positive economy is on Trump. I'd like to see that things increase.
Yeah,
we could do better.
I'm tired of paying what we pay for groceries and gas. It's just insane. It's hard to save. It's for the average American, and the people in Washington don't care. They don't see this stuff. They don't live the lives that you and I do. They don't have to worry about, balancing a checkbook and making ends meet. The average American is like that poll where 49% of respondents are saying that, they're worse off than they were 4 years ago, compared to 16% or whatever it was 4 years ago who said that they were worse off. Most Americans are, without question, worse off financially. It's just a fact. And when your grocery bill is 20 to 60% higher, depending on what you're buying, that's a tough pill to swallow. That's why I was really surprised that Kamala was so willing to tie herself so closely to Biden. Now, Biden was not going to let her get away. He kept making sure that everybody knew, oh, yeah, she was right in there with making all the decisions with me. But I was really surprised that during this campaign, she didn't try to separate herself more from the economic misery that had been caused by Biden's economy.
Yeah, for her to say that she wasn't going to change anything from what he did is, to me, that was not a smart comment to make. I mean, as I was in the Navy, so you got your CO and your XO, and your XO always supports your CO no matter what he says.
Right.
But there comes that point where you distance yourself because you look in the future. But yeah, I'm not sure I would say I supported everything he did, but I don't know. I'm blessed because all my equipment is paid for. In the slumping economy, if I had to make the big payments, like these people that, say it was like 3 years ago or just before pre-COVID, when trucking rates was high. I mean, people were getting $3 and $4 a mile, and they were going out and buying these brand new $240,000 trucks, and $80,000 trailers. And then COVID hit and things slumped, and all of a sudden now they're sitting with $3,500 a week payments to make on this equipment.
Ooh.
And it doesn't work real well on a bad economy. So I'm lucky. My stuff is all paid for, so I'm able to continue on, and suffice through the leaner times. But
well, especially the rising cost of gas really hits you guys really hard.
Yeah.
And then all the supply chain stuff piled on top of that.
Yep.
That happened during COVID.
Yep. Labor cost is up to like $220 an hour if you turn your truck in to get some maintenance done.
Sheesh.
Yeah, I'm lucky. My equipment is paid for. I'm happy to run. I'm in a pretty good gig running auto parts from a place close by, so I'm not out on the road for weeks on end. But yeah, I'm looking for the economy to improve. I've been able to go through the lean times just because I kind of knew it was coming. The trucking has been good for a decade, and every industry has ups and downs.
Right.
And I was kind of planning for the downs, so I'm able to get through this, but I'm hoping things get better.
Yep. Looking at these expert analyses from CNN here. Pretty simple, says Harry Enton. This was about an hour ago. Harris's path to 270 is limited and Trump's are plenty. To make it simple, Harris has to carry Pennsylvania. Hey, go back. Harris has to carry Pennsylvania. Where'd it go? There it is. There's no path without it. Trump is ahead there. That's not all. Harris probably needs Michigan and Wisconsin as well, and she's currently trailing in both of those. So I think she's cooked unless they can find some way to gin up a couple 100,000 votes in each state.
Unless the van rolls in at 3 a.m.
Right. Yep. Yeah, because right now, as we look at this, Pennsylvania is still a little over 3 points, 218,000 votes for Trump. Philadelphia is still only 78% counted. Jesus. which is insane. I think one of those bomb threats was in Philadelphia. Or no, maybe it was. There was another thing. There was a gas leak somewhere that they had to close the polling place just in time. Gas leaks and water leaks only seem to happen on election day in swing states. Wisconsin, Trump is still leading little over 3 points, 120,000 votes in a fairly small state. So how's Madison looking? 95% counted. Milwaukee, 61%. So there's still some votes to count in Milwaukee and Madison, but it's not looking good. Let's go back over to the Senate races. So they've called Nebraska for Deb Fischer. How is it we still only have 29 votes in Montana at this point? Just crazy. Do they
Newsmax 2 is now showing Trump with 270 electoral votes.
Oh my. Okay.
I don't know who they called yet. I just seen this pop up.
What on earth? All right, so let's see.
Yep, here's the headline. Donald J. Trump wins presidency.
What have they called Pennsylvania?
Probably did. I'm watching to see what it shows next.
They've called Maine 2, Nebraska 1, Nebraska 3 for Trump, and Pennsylvania and Alaska, which they should have done anyway. Why they didn't do that from the get-go, I don't know. Okay, so that's a bit of an outlier, but still doesn't mean it won't happen. So let's look at oh yeah. So at Decision Desk has done the same thing. Decision Desk HQ has got Pennsylvania for Trump 51-47. With Nevada, sorry, I apologize to all my Nevadan friends. And look at this. Look at the chance to win. 95-4. Look at that trend line. Good grief.
And we'll call November 6th a good day.
Heck yeah. With Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada trending towards Trump still. So they're predicting 296. That's exactly, with the exception of Michigan, that's exactly what I was predicting. I was not predicting Michigan to flip.
You the man.
I really did not think Michigan would flip. But wow, if that happens, that's pretty amazing. I was kind of holding my breath about North Carolina, though. I was really worried that my fellow former North Carolinians would be, because that's another one of those states that, kind of like Texas, that has lots of transplants. So Newsmax is calling 270 for Trump. Decision Desk is calling it 270. CNN is still holding out hope. Just praying that they can somehow eke out a couple 100,000 more votes in Pennsylvania. Because they still have not called Pennsylvania. Or Alaska, which makes no sense whatsoever. I just don't get it. What is Pennsylvania's 19? So 246, 256, 265. Then you throw in why does it keep doing that? Then you throw in, what is it, 4 for Alaska? Wish it would show just by hovering. It's only 3. If this turns out the way Newsmax and Decision Desk are calling it, this is an amazing thing we've witnessed. I mean, this is a guy who was president, absolutely, who lost an election, was indicted, was shot.
Our favorite convicted felon
is our, convicted felon, supposedly, allegedly, did all this stuff, has been called everything in the book except for a white person, and still somehow has turned it around and come back. I think it was Jeremy Boring tonight on Daily Wire who said this is basically the big, this is like the Star Wars trilogy. This is like, in 2016, Trump was the New Hope fighting against the swamp. He loses. 2020 was The Empire Strikes Back, and 2024 is Return of the Jedi.
I can dig it.
That is wild. It has absolutely been a wild ride. So we're still, yeah, they're holding out hope at this point. They are not willing to make the call yet. And I have a feeling, you mentioned that you had seen, and somebody else had posted in one of the comments earlier, that there was not going to be an announcement tonight. I think they knew from internal polling an hour ago when you brought that up, when you saw that article. I think they knew an hour ago that this was not gonna turn out well.
Yep.
All of the news reports have been talking about how internal polling from the Harris campaign was concerning for them.
That's one of the things, it's not a traditional topic. It's not the economy. It's not immigration. But when we look at the exit polls really in detail and the crosstabs, a
lot of inconsistencies to her even being there.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm really surprised that so many people, well, I'm really not. It's kind of like what Diesel said earlier in one of his comments. People are voting against Trump and not really for her. I was surprised that people were that she even had a chance, because when she was vice president, she was so unpopular. She was more unpopular, the most unpopular vice presidential person or vice president in American history. She had no charisma. She had absolutely nothing going for her. And I was really surprised. And I think we had a live, one of our online hangouts, the last one that Mia was at. And I said then, I really trust that the American people will see through all this, that they'll see that she's an empty suit and a nothing burger, and they won't buy into all this junk, and that they'll vote and they'll look at her and see a fake person and look at their electric bill, their gas bill, their grocery bill, and decide, yeah, I'm voting to change. I want lower gas prices. I want lower grocery bills. I want lower mortgage payments. And they'll see through all of the junk. And I was worried for a little while there that maybe they wouldn't. And then it looks like they've proven me right, that the American people, sure enough, know that. And the people who were boosting her numbers were, like Diesel says here, they're voting against Trump and not for her. And her whole campaign was built on Trump is Hitler, Trump is terrible, Trump's going to put you in internment camps. What was it? Whoopi Goldberg tried to convince people that she was going to break up interracial marriages and put colored people in camps. I don't think, and I really didn't think that the American people would buy into that. There's a certain percentage that obviously do, but obviously from the way things are going tonight, not enough to win, because there was nothing positive that she was putting forward about herself except that I'm not Trump.
Well, the good news is our housing shortage should be coming to an end, because all these Hollywood elites said they're going to be leaving. Plus, Trump is going to get rid of all the illegals. So housing ought to be an affordable thing coming to us in the future.
I would think so. Yes, that's true.
But another thing, I really think a lot of the female voters, their biggest issue was abortion. The whole thing of Roe versus Wade being overturned, and all the media saying it's Trump, Trump, Trump. He wants to stop abortion, rather than the truth of Trump just wanted to turn it to the states. I think if abortion had not been on the minds of people, I think it would have been a whole lot more red than what it is even now. I think that was the major issue for women in this election, was the abortion issue.
I agree. I do. And her campaign kind of leaned into that. I was surprised that she didn't play the race card the way that Obama would have. She didn't lean into the race stuff. She really went after the abortion issue. She really went after women voters.
Because that's 50%.
It's 50%. And if you can get to 50 and that's always, it always comes down to 1 or 2 percentage points in every election. And if you can lock up all the, but like somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was Pastor G who mentioned, well, what about married women? I don't think there's a lot of married women who are really interested in the abortion issue, in favor of abortion. I don't think they're voting on the basis that they want abortion up to birth. I don't think that's a big thing for married women. And that so playing that issue up can only go so far. And the majority of men are not, white dudes for Kamala, who are like, I don't know whether you saw some of these endorsements or these commercials, who were people who were talking about how they're voting for Kamala because she's going to protect rights. Essentially, what they were saying, not in so many words, in other flowery language, basically saying, I'm voting for Kamala because I want to make sure that my daughter has the right to kill my grandchildren.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that flies with most Americans, most American men. I just don't. And so I think this was it's not over yet, obviously. I think we're in the closing moments, possibly. Wouldn't this be amazing if we actually go to bed tonight and we know who won?
That would be an awesome deal.
Who would have guessed that was the thing? But I just don't think that the whole, the pro-abortion thing animates people, but I don't think it animates them enough in an economy like we've got, where there's bigger fish to fry than than having a right to kill your children. I just don't think. I think she had so much stacked against her because of the Biden economy, and she played this out the wrong way, which is she didn't distance herself from those decisions. Like you were saying earlier, she basically admitted that she was, I'm down with all those decisions. I was there making those decisions with him. There's nothing I would have done differently. What she should have said was, she could have nuanced it and basically said, well, we tried this, it didn't quite work out. There are things that I would have done that maybe I would have done differently. And she wouldn't even go to that. She wouldn't go there at all. She wouldn't even admit that there were things that could have been done differently that would have made people's lives better. She couldn't admit that. And I think she's ultimately going to end up paying the price for it. And the funny thing is, Matt Walsh pointed this out earlier. He said the funniest thing the thing that he is really excited or thinks is the most hilarious, if this actually turns out that Trump wins twice against the two female candidates.
Yep.
The two most likely women candidates, Hillary and Kamala Harris, and Trump beats both of them.
I can dig it.
Let's see. Come on, CNN, just call it. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, I think you're right. There should have been a point at which Kamala said, yeah, while I'm the vice president, I'm going to support my president. But when I'm president, I'm going to do things different. And this is what I'm going to be different. See, I never heard any policy issues from her, what she would do different. You know, and that's
a lot of times she was just cribbing from Trump's ideas.
Yeah.
Like no taxes on tips. But whenever she put out an idea like that, the idea that she was going to tax unrealized
capital gains.
Yeah. Just insane.
Yeah, that was a bad idea. And I don't know who gave her that one, but that was not a good idea. I'd fire that guy.
Tell me you don't know anything about, the economy and how capital gains works.
Yeah.
Without actually saying you don't know. And Walz was a terrible choice. That speech he gave where he was trying to be all folksy and he says, I don't even know what a venture capitalist does. You're running to be the freaking vice president of the United States. You don't know what a venture capitalist does? For crying out loud, how can we trust you with the levers of power? I mean, Kamala could have played this very differently. And simply, she could have supported Biden at the same time, distancing herself from it and say, look, I wasn't the president. We thought these things would work. We thought these things would make your would turn out differently. Here's what we were trying to accomplish, but it just didn't quite work. But I'm going to turn the page and do something different. She wouldn't do that. And I think she's ending up paying the price for it ultimately.
Yeah, I don't remember for sure. I do remember a show on PBS. It was called The Prairie Home Companion.
Oh, yeah.
The Woebegone Trail and all.
Was that in
Minnesota or Wisconsin or whatever? I'm thinking Walt's better go back and take a walk on that path for a while because he ain't living in reality.
No. Garrison Keillor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to listen to that all the time.
The folksy liberal guy, yeah.
Yeah. I enjoyed that.
Yeah. But she's so inauthentic and she's so fake. It's just, I don't know how she connects with anyone. And like Diesel said earlier, people are not voting for her. They're voting against Trump. And that can only get you so far.
100%.
If you don't give people a reason to vote for you, it's really hard to gin up turnout at the polls. And so that's why you tell everyone that Trump is Hitler. Because if Trump is actually Hitler, then you have an obligation not just to go to the polls, but to, as Dennis Prager said, you have an obligation to cheat. Right? You got to keep Trump out of office. You got to keep Hitler out of office. If he's actually Hitler, if he is actually all those things that they say he is, then you have an obligation to do anything you can to keep him out of office, which is why people take shots at him, try to shoot him. Oh, come on, CNN, call it. Let's just get it over with. It's not going to just bite the bullet. Come on. Nevada is just neck and neck. Arizona is not looking good for Kari Lake. Tim Sheehy is ahead of John Tester. I think Eric Hovde is going to run Tammy Baldwin out of office, which is a good thing. Mike Rogers by 3.5 in Michigan, and then McCormick by 1.5, close to 1.5 in Pennsylvania. That's good. All right, so we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seats. That'd be good, including 1, 2 more flips, 3 flips, 4. Yeah, that would be nice. That would get us to 55. Arizona is, I don't know who was. Yeah, that's that Arizona seat, that Arizona Senate seat. That's oh, what's her name's seat? Kristen Sinema. Is that Kristen Sinema's seat? I believe it is.
That sounds right.
Because Mark Kelly's the other one, right? From Arizona, the spaceman guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Mike Cuban might be a little worried. Obviously, I don't think any of this is going to happen.
Gillibrand kind of knew that was going to happen. Chris Murphy, what a god awful person he is, but not surprising. Elizabeth Warren, what a joke. We elect some of the most ridiculous people to high office. Just right here in this part of the country, Vermont, Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders, two of the most unserious, completely economically illiterate, moronic people.
John, can I ask you, what is your read on what's going on with the House? Because I just talked about it, something that, we may not know for a while.
Okay, so what is what is going on in the House? Let's look at the House race. So 191 Republican, 162. So there's still a lot of stuff that hasn't been decided. Yeah, it looks like it is. I'm not even going to dig into that. That's way too much nonsense. Way too much faff for me to keep up with at this point, with as much alcohol in me as I've got. Come on. Call Pennsylvania. Let's get it over with. We're at 95%, and he's up by 193,000 votes. She hasn't closed the gap. Well, she has closed it a little. It was 210,000. So she's picked up about 17,000 votes. I think they are just holding out hope that they're going to find in this last 17% in Philadelphia, they're going to find another 193,000. I don't think it's going to happen.
We called Pennsylvania, and that was the clinch for Donald Trump. It's a state you know very well. Your thoughts on where we are in this historic election, and really,
all right, who is that? Is that Newsmax calling Pennsylvania? We're talking about Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Who lost a very close race for president in 1960 to John F. Kennedy, then decided to run for governor of California 2 years later, and he got absolutely wiped out. And everybody said, that's it, it's over. Well, of course,
Fox News. Let's go look at their election results.
it is a rarity, and Donald Trump is going to hold this very unique position in American politics. And quickly now, things will change.
Election results by state. That's not really what I wanted. Well, presidential. There we go. Holy majolies. Look at what Fox News is reporting. Fox News is reporting 277. They've already given. Fox has called Wisconsin for Trump.
You still think about what
and Pennsylvania.
I mean, how many impeachments are they going to try? The Band-Aid has been ripped off.
Wow.
Shameless about it.
277 is what
the House. Yeah. Aggressive do you think will be if Donald Trump has a mandate like 312?
Wow.
Or 56 seats, Republican majority in the Senate.
No, I don't think they'll push impeachment. They'll go with obstruction and either pass a lot of messaging bills to try to put their party back together. But it's going to be a party after something like this.
Decision Desk HQ. 99%, greater than 99% chance that Donald Trump wins.
Looks like they hopped on the Trump train.
Let me screenshot that. That's nice. She's got a 4% chance of, or a less than 1% chance of winning.
Trump agenda.
Like, yeah, what is that less than 1%? I would love to know what that chance is that she takes Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona. I don't know. That's crazy. But again, I don't understand how it is that. Yes, I do. I say I don't understand how it is that places like CNN is holding out hope. They are praying that the result doesn't turn out this way.
Republican Party, and it is Donald Trump.
They do not want to admit defeat.
For this, but I really feel that.
But at the same time, Fox is getting out ahead. 94%. I don't know why
So many Americans.
CNN doesn't call this. 95% in. There's not 193,000 votes in Philadelphia that are going to fill this in. It's not going to happen. Just call it. Send your talent home for the night. Call the race. Say it's done. Send your anchors home.
The American people want change. They want certain things accomplished. That's specifically why.
But they just won't do it.
And they're going to hold it to it, and on we go. And he gets it.
Oh boy, maybe we should go over. Maybe we should go look at MSNBC. Let's see what MSNBC is saying.
And I think he'll have a very successful second term.
Typically, I wouldn't recommend for your mental health look at anything on MSNBC, but.
Their viewers and consumers of their content for the thought that President Trump might win.
I wouldn't look on there for my Saturday morning cartoons. Maybe most people don't even remember Saturday morning cartoons.
Oh my gosh, they were so good. Back when the only time you could watch kids programming was Saturday morning.
Yep.
Batman.
Foghorn
Leghorn. Bugs Bunny.
Elmer
Fudd. Rocky and Bullwinkle. And then Adam West and Batman, right? The Wild Wild West. What was another one that was always so much? $6 Million Man. That wasn't on Saturday morning, but just looking back on when shows were actually good. When
yeah, they were good shows.
It was actually worth watching. No, I can't bring myself to. I just can't bring myself to watch MSNBC. I just can't. They're such garbage. It's just garbage. It's absolutely terrible.
Persecute him and all of the rest. So I have no doubt that this is going to go on, but I don't think the American people will take very kindly to it.
Yeah. The other thing.
I mean, if this turns out the way Fox and Newsmax and some of the others have projected, this is one of the most amazing moments in American history. I mean, whatever you think of Trump, whether you like him, whether you don't, whether you agree with him or not, you can't deny that this is an absolutely singular. This is a singular event in American history that a guy wins the presidency, loses his reelection, gets
impeached twice.
Once after he was already out of office, is hounded by the Justice Department, 4 different investigations, is convicted of just garbage charges of sexual assault, is called everything in the book: Nazi, Hitler, fascist, gonna lock people up. He's a terrible person, and yet somehow he comes back and wins the presidency on his 3rd try. It's an amazing thing to watch. It really is.
A year ago, when RK was running as a Democrat,
You know, I've often thought, well, not often, but occasionally thought that the left should have about 2 weeks ago said, yeah, we cheated. Trump is president, so he's got 2 weeks left, and then we're going to elect a new president because he's already served 2 terms. I don't know if anybody would take the fall for accepting the cheating, but I thought it might have been one of their tactics. Because I still don't think, I mean, January is a long way off. A lot can happen between now and then.
Can happen. And if this gets called for Trump, just the places, I mean, there are places in this country that are just going to burn to the ground. And we all know this.
I literally see the cities burning again. Yep.
Amish farmers raid back in January fired up the Amish, much like Peanut and Fritz. Right.
Isn't that crazy?
That Peanut story was
home for a squirrel.
Oh my God. And then euthanized the squirrel.
Yeah.
Amish traditionally stay out of politics. A lot of them are voting Trump this time around. And yeah. And I think this election has ginned up some really weird constituencies, like the Amish. The Amish do traditionally stay out of politics. The Jewish community typically votes Democrat, but the Gaza war has changed, and the Biden administration response to it has changed that dynamic. MSNBC 10 minutes ago said Harris could still win the popular vote even if she loses electoral college. Yeah, she could. She probably will.
Who cares?
But who cares? But that's the thing that they used. Remember when Hillary lost?
Yeah.
They couldn't, I mean, for all the talk about, well, will Donald Trump accept the results of the election if he loses? Well, Hillary Clinton still hasn't accepted the fact that she lost in 2016. And I guarantee you that if she wins the electoral or the popular vote and he wins the electoral college, we'll hear it all over again. For the next 4 years, it's going to be, we need to get rid of the electoral college. And this was an illegitimate election. I guarantee you all the stuff that they said about Trump, they're going to do. It's projected.
It's all because they don't understand the electoral college then. You know, the founding fathers set it up so that the big cities wouldn't have the power over the election. It was spread out amongst the nation. Yep. And anybody that says, well, it's not fair because we don't go by the popular vote, you don't understand how the founding fathers set up so that the big cities, the big metropolitan areas didn't control the whole nation.
Yep. Tim points out Grover Cleveland served a term, skipped a term, and came back. Yes, that is true. He was not indicted or impeached twice, though, in between. So, topping Grover Cleveland is what Trump is apparently on the way to do. MSNBC headline is a cope. Yeah, I guarantee you. MSNBC. Oh, let me see. MSNBC.com. You see what their headline is. GOP flips Senate is the headline. GOP flips Senate is the headline at MSNBC. Trump takes battleground states of Georgia, North Carolina. That was a while back. Sherrod Brown loses re-election in Ohio in critical loss for Democrats. Underwhelming election returns for Harris highlight varied challenges of 2024 electorate. Yes, it's the challenging electorate, not the fact that they put forward a garbage candidate. They're still saying Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Nevada are too close to call at MSNBC.
And bring humor to this, because when you can bring humor, you can deliver a message far more effectively.
Yes, but of course they tried with Dark Brandon and
great cornholio moments.
Summer.
Yeah, no, it was all to do it was almost reductive and copycat so much that Donald Trump did. Oh, you're going to propose a bigger child tax? We're going to do the same thing. You're going to propose no tax on tips? We're going to do the same thing.
Crazy. Okay, so let's see what's going on. So basically, Fox, not surprisingly, has called this for Trump. Decision Desk HQ, same thing. Although they're at 270, not 277. Fox is way out, 277, and they haven't even called Alaska, which is bizarre. CNN at 240, still at 246.
So the question is,
they have not budged. Pennsylvania is still at 95. There's no way she's making up 188,000 votes. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. I mean, she's made up.
Both of them won. They were vice president. They had to do
what?
So there will be comparison.
17,000 votes.
To, live up to her responsibilities.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. They need to just go ahead and call it.
Speaking gigs and maybe
Kamala come out and
MSNBC, something like that.
do her word salad. Talk about how this was for the people, and just call it off. All right. So what is 73% in Michigan? Of course, Detroit 30. How in the living heck is Detroit still at 32% of the vote counted? And Kalamazoo at 26. Dear Michigan, you suck. There is no reason that the city that Michigan should be at 32% at 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. I'm sorry. You just suck. Wisconsin is at 92%. Milwaukee still has only counted 64%. Milwaukee, you suck. Still looking for ways to cheat, I guess. All right, so let's go out west. Arizona is at 53%.
Decisive questions about Kamala coming from California and failing up. And
52% in Phoenix, 64% in Flagstaff, 51%. I mean, I can give them a little bit of grace because they're out west, but still not much. Come on, do better. Do better.
Different from actually talking to people.
Any more Senate calls? Probably not.
And they don't really develop those muscles when they come from those one-party states. And we just climb the party.
All right, it's 1 o'clock in the morning Central Time. We've been doing this for 4 hours. Curtis, where do you think this finally? Let's wrap this up. Let's see what are your predictions for do you these remaining
this kind of
battleground states that have not been called? What do you think happens with them? Do you think they actually somehow she pulls it out in some of these states, or do these ultimately end up going to Trump and it's just over? It's over and nobody's willing to admit it.
Using the vernacular, if it's a free and fair election, I would expect Nevada and Wisconsin to go Trump. 3 a.m. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to go to sleep here soon, but
yeah,
we'll see what the morning brings.
Yep. Yeah, I think all with the. Like I said earlier, not to toot my own horn, I called all of these. I was predicting that all of these pink states on this map that you're looking at would go for Trump, except for Michigan. So I still think that's the case because Michigan, I think there's still room because stupid third world Detroit is still 32% of the vote counted. That is just insane.
Yeah.
So I think there's still room for cheat, and I think Michigan probably stays blue. Why are we back in the Senate? CNN's maps drive me crazy. I think everything that's pink currently goes red, except for Michigan. I think Michigan probably they find enough votes in the bowels of Detroit to to turn that one around. But in the end, I think this is over. I think it's over.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think that's done it. I think that's enough.
Well, thanks for doing this.
Hey, thanks for hanging out. It's been we've been at it for a while, and it's probably the longest live stream we've ever done. And
a new record.
I hope we don't break this record. My friend, have a good night. It's great to see you. Thanks for hanging out with me, and for everybody who commented and decided to share this time with us. Really appreciate it. And we'll see you at the next one. This will be the episode for this week. I don't know whether we may do a follow-up episode for Sunday, just to once we get the final results. We'll see how that goes. But so look for an episode on Sunday. Good night, Jim. Good night, everyone. Good night, Curtis. Good night, America.
God bless the USA.
Absolutely. Have a good night.